Let's welcome the President, the Premier, and the Minister of Human Settlement. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Mr. President, the Premier, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Executive Mayors, Councillors. Can we begin the program, please? Can we begin the program? We request the President to sit down in the meantime. Ministers, everybody, can we all sit down, please? We want to start the program. Comrade, can we have an order there? Can those Labangana Valo stop singing and sit down, please? Good morning, everybody. We'll want to start the program. And we'll request that everybody, as we start the program, remain quiet. Because we can't speak at the same time. We can sing all of us, but we can't speak all of us. We'll then want to take this opportunity to open the program through a national anthem. And we'll request that everybody stand up. Men removes their head. And nobody moves. Can the band begin to sing the national anthem? Nkosi sikeleli Afrika malophakanyisu tumolayo Israeli tandeso yetu Nkosi sikeleli Lusapulayo Morena Boloka Sechawasa Yesu Uferisa Redele Matseyeom Ibuluke Sechawasa Yesu Sechawasa Africa Ebi wong fan onte yena Ebi fan thank you very much. I was told that there will be a brand that will sing the national anthem. No, thank you very much. We want to welcome everybody and take this opportunity without waste of time, call upon our executive mayor of the district ZFM to welcome us, Executive Mayor Mrs. Maureen Passon.
Halala, ZFM, halala. Forward, ZFM, forward. ZFM, as jullie hier. Dankie vir die voorrecht, program director. Ek is hier om ons moet mekaar welkom hier en dan met ons onze guest verwelkom in ons midden. Program director, Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Premier, Dr. Shamani Sol, Honorable MECs, Executive Mayor of David Kruiper Municipality, onze eigen Michael Sagere, Executive Mayor, Honorable Mayors, Speakers and Chief Whips, leadership of the civic organizations, all the communities in ZM district, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Are you here, ZFM? Program Director, it is a great sense of pride that I stand here today to welcome all guests. However, the greatest honor is indeed that the ZFM Mgcawu district in general and the David Kruiper Municipality in particular is hosting the presidential Imbizo. Today, the President and the Ministers will get an opportunity to be able to listen to the challenges that our communities face on a daily basis, assess them and respond accordingly. The presidential Imbizo is also a great opportunity for the President to evaluate the quality of service delivering in the province and the degree of implementation of the district development model. Honorable President, ZFM Mgcawu District Municipality forms the mid-northern section of the province on the border of Botswana and Namibia. It covers area more than 1,000 square kilometers, almost 30% of the entire province. Out of the 65,000 square kilometers comprise the vast Kalahari Desert, Kalahari Transportier Park, and the former Bushman land, Mr. President. Honorable President, ZFM Mgcawu is comprised of 5 local municipality districts. David Kruiper, Tsansabani, Keis, Gatalupile, halala, ZFM, halala. Mr. President, Upington is the district municipal capital where the municipal government is located. Program Director, vandaag sal die president en die ministers, ZFM, ek wil iemand die deel mooi luister. Vandaag sal die president en die ministers 'n geleentheid kry om te luister na die uitdagings van onze gemeenskap dagelijks in die gesig staar. Ons is nog nie klaar nie. In die gesig staar en onmiddellik te regeer. Voor ek verder gaan wil ek vir ZFM vra, ons het op 'n stadium het ons die council met the people gehad. Ons is vir so bevoorreg vir die afgelope maand plus amper 2 maande het ons nou die presidential excellency se kabinet gehad wat ons mense op die grond gemeet het. Is ons nie gelukkig nie? Weer eens halala ZFM halala. ZFM is die uitverkorende region dat die president vandaag hier in onze midden kan sit. Hier in presidensiële Imbizo is ook 'n wonderlike geleentheid vir die president om die gehalte van dienslewering in die district te evalueer. Program Director, Ek dink meer as enigiets die president se Imbizo is 'n platform waar ons gemeenskappe vandag een stem het. Is nie elke dag wat ons self met die president kan praat nie. Asseblief, praat vandag met die president. Program Director, my duty here today is to extend our sincere gratitude and a word of welcome to the Honorable President and his cabinet. Welcome, Mr. President. I hope you feel at home, and I also hope that you are prepared for the heat that you are about to face. Once again, welcome to Upington. President, I want to enjoy your beautiful landscape, which include the red domes and the banks of the Orange River. Mr. President, we are saying that the coast, what our guests taste the water of the Orange River, they will always come back. With that being said, Mr. President, we know that we will see you and the ministers here present very soon. Ek verwelkom die achtbare premier en sy delegatie, alle burgemeesters, speakers en raadslede dwars deur die district. U is meer as welkom vandag. Ons mees belangrikste gaste is ons, baie belangrike gaste is ons gemeenskappe. Dat reg oor die district is, u is meer as welkom. Die platform is vandag une. Ek wil graag elkeen wat vandag hier teenwoordig is verwelkom. Dit is ons eer as die Upington District Municipality en veral in die David Kripper Municipality om deel van hierdie Imbizo te wees. Baie dankie. Gebruik die geleentheid ZFM Go. Forward ZFM Go, forward. As julle nog hier ZFM. Ons is hier Kuku Sabri. Ons is hier Kuku region nie. As julle hier ZFM. Die platform is geskep, die platform sal geskep word. Al wat ons vra is, praat nou, die platform is daar. Baie dankie, gemeenskap van ZFM, baie dankie. Forward ZFM, forward.
No, thank you very much. Baie dankie, Executive Mayor, for the welcoming. We'll proceed. But before we proceed, let me check whether everybody's here. David Kireper, are you here? Are you here? Okay. Case, are you here? Khatalopil, are you here? Sansapan, are you here? Karib, are you here? Okay. Baya, danke. All the municipalities present are represented. As indicated by the Executive Mayor, we've got 5 local municipalities under this district, ZF Mgcawu. The district it's far bigger than Mpumalanga and Gauteng combined. It's bigger than that. You can just imagine, just one district. And it is the third largest district in the country. The 2 largest districts in the country are also here in the Northern Cape. That's Kixlgasam and Namakwa. So that tells you those that are deployed here, SDDM. But what is interesting is that out of that size of 102,000 square kilometers, which is, I've indicated, is bigger than Mpumalanga and Gauteng combined, the population is about 282,000. which you have to travel to reach from one community to the next. Thank you very much. Without waste of time, we'll ask the Minister of Human Settlement, Minister Gopai, to come and give the purpose why are we gathered here. Minister Gopai.
Thank you very much, program directors. Let me first greet the President, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Ramaphosa. Greet the Premier of the province, Dr. Zamani Son, ministers in attendance, deputy ministers, MECs, executive mayors, SALGA leadership, the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, leaders of institutions supporting our democracy present, members of parliament, members of the legislature, councillors, members of the business community, social partners, director generals of departments, director generals and HODs in the province, heads of departments or heads of entities, heads of state-owned entities. Let me greet general membership who are here. Let me just say to the community of Northern Cape first, Goeiemôre. Ek sal sê Afrikaans is nie maklik nie. So ek kan nie mooi Afrikaans praat nie. So ek sal Engels praat. Verskoon my. That's how far I can go. As a government that is accountable to its people and that has made a commitment to serve its people, today we are here to make good of those two pledges. Mr. President, since delivery of the 2022 State of the Nation Address, you have visited the province of the Northwest, the Free State, Mpumalanga and Gauteng to engage with communities and assist efforts of unblocking service delivery challenges through the district development model that is known as DDM. The Northern Cape becomes the 5th province in your campaign to engage ordinary South Africans while accelerating delivery of services. The approval and the rollout of the district development model by Cabinet was after a realization that there is a need for an urgent intervention to improve service delivery in all districts and metros and spaces across the country. Accordingly, all the 44 districts and 8 metros have successfully launched the DDM. So this is what we call district development model. The district development models, it's one plans that we are putting together gore re kgone go berekisana mmogo re kgone go implementa di services tse re di dirang across the country. Mr. President, your clarion call at the occasion of delivering the State of the Nation Address for all of us to work together to revitalize the economy and end inequality and injustice that impede development cannot have become at a better time than now. The DDM is an instrument of government that should be used to promote working together towards a common purpose. It is now evident that the DDM creates a conducive environment for implementation of the objectives of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. It puts into practice the required social compact, whilst ensuring that no one is left behind. It achieves this by facilitating integrated planning and budgeting across the 3 spheres of government. It also improves integration and national projects at district level. The DDM platform has shown that the implementing of the government priorities is done. And this is around the massive rollout of infrastructure to improve service delivery, employment stimulation to create jobs and support livelihoods, and overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President and members of the public, our host province today, as the Northern Cape, is a province known for its warm people, home to the Ograbis Falls, the Big Hole, Kgalagadi Transfrontier Park, and the choice of the Martin Karoo lamb, or Karakul sheep, which I've always enjoyed when I come here, the Stekis Comrade Premier. The Orange River, with its mouth greeting the Atlantic Ocean at Orange Mud, on the south coast, the land of diamonds and dunes. And also here, Mr. President, it's a province which is constituted, as the district mayor said, 5 districts, namely Francis Bart, John Taule Gaitsewe, Namakwa, Pixley Kaseme, ZF Mgcawu, the host district for today's Imbizo. The youth make up the largest share of the population, and also in terms of the province, it contributes 2.2% to the national GDP. The economy of the Northern Cape province is primarily on mining and agriculture. Tourism and agro-processing are potential growth sectors in the province. Poverty continues to be a challenge in the Northern Cape, as it across our country. Leading challenges faces the provinces are several in terms of what shows and reflects the national environment. Following this decision of the cabinet to roll out DDM, the Premier of the province embarked on processes of mainstreaming the DDM in their programming area. This is reported as I stand for Minister Dlamini Zuma, who evaluates in terms of the integration of the DDM within the provinces. It is supported by other planning instruments, such as the municipal integrated development plans, the special development plans, and other sector plans in the district. Technical and political structures were set up to facilitate the profiling of each district, as well as the development of the District 1 plans. Mr. President, in terms of the province, the champions who are deployed here by yourself, and also the Premier who followed by deploying MECs, pairing them into the provinces, into the districts, have been working. As we report today here in the province, all the 5 districts have developed their 1 plans in 2021, and in the process of refining based on the comments received from the quality assurance processes conducted by the National Department of COGTA. National Department of COGTA, together with DPME, are supporting the province in mobilization of sector departments and government entities. This includes mobilization of resources to implement an unfunded catalytic projects. On projects to diversify the economy and grow in terms of growth for the people, and also ensuring that there's economic stimulus. There are several catalytic projects that we want to report that the Department of COGTA has been working on in profiling and looking into. The first one is under science and innovation. It's square kilometer array that is known as a scientific research initiative. However, this work its establishment has potential to yield a number of other economic opportunities or spin-offs, which are not necessarily related to research and development. This, amongst others, is in terms of tourism and business initiative. The second one, Mr. President, is around Namakwa Special Economic Zone, and the proposed Namakwa SEZ is strategically located along a bulk commodity corridor, which runs from a planned port on the Atlantic coast. And through this project to the large urban, which will move large urban centers of Upington and beyond to the concentrations of iron ore and manganese, which will be able to see this region or the SEZ becoming one of the critical areas. The other catalytic project is Buchwe Bay Deep Sea Port. The Northern Cape is planning a massive harbour development to be located at one of South Africa's few natural deep water sites at Buchwe Bay on the arid Namakwa land coastal. This is estimated at almost around 40 billion, and this is work that continues together in partnership with the Infrastructure Fund. On comparative advantage of the ZF Mgcawu district, climate conditions, the harsh conditions of the Kalahari are conducive for a fruit and wine farms, producing goods such as Sultana grapes and also table wine and brandy. However, the main agricultural activities that take place in the district includes grape production, livestock production and game farming. Water infrastructure availability is one of the issues that we need to continue to pay attention to. But again, when we look into this, it's also the issues around tourism attractions that we have also named. There are quite a number of catalytic projects, Mr. President, adequate housing and improved quality living environments, which can produce about 3,000 service stands across the David Kraper local municipality. The Redstone CSP thermal plant, which you visited yesterday, is one of the catalytic projects that is important for this area. Upington Industrial Park remains also situated next to Upington International Airport, which remains critical. Mr. President, as I conclude, the DDM is an instrument of government that should be used to promote working together towards a common purpose. If implemented, it can yield very good outcomes socially and economically across the country. So as we continue with this Imbizo, it's one of the ways that we give life to the district development model, listening to the people in terms of their feedback on government services, but also being able to integrate our work and show the services that we are able to provide, but also unlock potentials of the economy and also the functioning of our DDM. With that, Mr. President, the Premier, members of the executive, both in national and province and local, that's the intention of why we are here today, led by COGTA, coordinating our district development model and what we call outreach to communities as we give service to the people, but also receive feedback. Thank you very much, program directors.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Thank you very much. We'll move to the next, because we want to make sure that we are finished as early as practical possible. This province has got 5 districts, and then it means we've got 5 champions. We are convened by Minister Bai as the champions in the province. Then we have other champions, deputy ministers. All of them are deputy ministers. That's myself, that's Mgcawu, that's Gina, there's Public Works, Deputy Minister, and Education and Tourism. Yeah, so those are the district champions for the whole of Northern Cape. Without waste of time, I will ask the Premier to come and speak to his people, give a reflection on the activities that has been taking place, the work that has been done, and the work that needs to be done going forward as we strive towards improving the quality lives of our people. Premier, I just forget to alert ministers and deputy ministers who are like myself, who are dodging Afrikaans at school, that the first language here is Afrikaans. So we must be ready with our Afrikaans. Thank you very much.
Dis nog steeds goeiemôre. En hoe gaan dit Noord-Kaapsters? Ek kan nie hoor nie, hoe gaan dit Noord-Kaapsters? is ons bly dat die president hier is vandag. Want die president sê vir my, dit lyk my asof die mense kwaad is. So laat ons die president verwelkom met 'n lekker Noord-Kaap hande klap, man. En laat ek die geleentheid gebruik om baie dankie te sê vir die programdirekteur vir die geleentheid. Laat ek ook ons eerbare president ook groet en vir hom sê dat hy is baie welkom in Upington. En ook meer welkom in die Noord-Kaap. Julle kan sommer sien die anti-dans sommer vir die president. Die anti-gooi sommer iets vir die president hier. Dat ek ook onze ministers, leerders van die nasionale kabinet wat hier is, ook groot. Ek het nou 'n opsomming gekry dat ons het 14 van hulle hier. Kan julle dit glo? Ons het 14 ministers met ons hier vandag. In die geskiedenis van die Noord-Kaap en ook die dorp. Dit het nog nooit gebeur nie. Dit is die eerste keer in my lewe wat ek met die president en 14 leerders van die kabinet in een gebou, een saal met die gemeenskap van die Noord-Kaap kry. Dit het nog nooit gebeur nie. So dis 'n baie belangrike dag vandag, né? Ons moet stil sit en luister en ons ding sê. Is dit nie so nie? Noord-Kaapsters het altyd 'n storie om te vertel. So ons sal vir hulle vandag ons storie vertel. En hulle is almal hier om na ons te kom luister. So mense sal nog geleentheid kry om die Noord-Kaap se storie te vertel. En ons het ook deputy ministers wat ook hier is. En daar's baie van hulle wat hier is. Laat ek die LER's ook groet wat hier is, leerders van die uitvoerende raad in die provinsie. Ons is bly dat hulle hier is en ons waardeer die feit dat hulle deel is van die program. Ons het ons burgemeester ook hier van die verskillende municipaliteite hier in die ZF Mgcawu district. Ons het speakers, dan het ons municipaliteit amptenare wat ook hier is en ons is baie bly dat hulle hier is. Laat hulle ook om luister wat die gemeenskap het om te sê met die president. En laat ek vir u hulle almal groet wat hier is. Ek weet dat ons het verskillende sektore hier. Ons het verskillende sektore hier. Ons het ons kerkleiers wat ons baie respekteer. Ons het ons besigheidleiers hier. Ons het ook ons leiers van sportliggame hier in die Noord-Kaap. Ons het verskillende sektore wat hier is. Maar een belangrike ding wat ek vir die president wil sê, is dat hier in die Noord-Kaap, ons sien dit net op die TV, dat daar's mense wat hulle as pastore maak, laat hulle slange eet, gras eet, pastore wat dans op die mense. pastore wat verkraag en pastore wat leuns praat. Ons sien daai goede net op die TV hier. Hier in die Noord-Kaap dit gebeur nie. Ons het ordentlike pastore hier in die provinsie. Daai goede president, ons sien hulle maar net op die TV. Die pastore by ons kerke, hulle ken die woord. Hulle ken die woord. En hulle doen ordentlike werk. So laat ek vir u hulle almal verwelkom. Geef vir julle self 'n lekker handeklap. Want julle mos die mense wat sê, as ons president Upington toekom, ZFM toekom, Noord-Kaap toekom, daar is 'n manier nie hoe ons nie hier langsom sal kom sit en gesels nie. So julle is hier vandag om langs die president te kom sit en gesels. En ons sal vir die president nou die Noord-Kaap storie sê. En laat ek ook ander leerders van parlement wat hier is groet. Ek sien die adjunkvoorsitter van die nasionale huis van die provinsies is ook hier. En ons groet daar en baie bly dat sy ook hier is. Dit waardeer ons baie. Die rede hoekom ons hier is vandag, dis wat hulle noem as president Imbizo. In Afrikaans is dit president samekoming. Dis president se samekoming. Is uitreik na die gemeenskappe deur die president. Verstaan u hulle dit? Dit is president Imbizo, president samekoming. Die president sê, ek wil uitreik na elke individu in Suid-Afrika. En vandag die geleentheid is vir die gemeenskap van ZFM. Kan julle dit glo? Dat beteken ons het 'n smart president. Ons het 'n ordentlike president, ja. Wat hy sê, ek sal nie in my kantoor bly nie. Ek gaan na die warmte van die Noord-Kaap. Om saam met die mense van die Noord-Kaap te gaan praat. Laat ek hoor wat gaan aan in hulle se lewens. Dit is nou belangrik en dit is leierskap. En dit wat ons verwag van almal van ons. Om uit te reik na ons gemeenskappe. So, daar is 3 vlakte van regering. Ons almal weet, daar is municipaliteite en dan daar is daar provinsiale regering. 3 vlakte van regering. En julle is altyd saam met ons hier. Julle is altyd saam met ons op 'n plaaslike regering vlak en op die provinsiale regering vlak. Maar vandag, ons het saam met ons mense van die nasionale vlak van regering. So daar's 3 vlakke. Ons het ons burgemeester hier, dan het ons premier hier op die provinsie. Vandag het ons nou die kokodoor vandag. Ja, die kokodoor van die land is hier vandag. So al die 3 vlakte van regering is nou hier. Daar's niks wat mis nie. En wat ons vir die president gesê het, vir die pas jare van 1994, baie goed het aangegaan hier in die Noord-Kaap. Maar daar's nog steeds baie uitdaging. Dis waar. Dis wat ons vir die president gesê het, maar die president sal van u hulle luister. Toe ons in regering kom in 1994, ek wil die storie bietjie langer vat. In 1994, daar was minder as 40% van die huishoudings in die Noord-Kaap wat elektrisiteit gehad het. Kan u hulle verstaan die storie? Ek begin dat ek sal dit vir julle los. Ek begin maar net dit. Ek sal die storie vir julle los. Daar was minder as 40% van die huishoudings in die Noord-Kaap wat elektrisiteit gehad het. Maar soos ons vandag hier sit, 93% van die huishoudings in die Noord-Kaap het elektrisiteit. Maar die probleem, die elektrisiteit is bietjie duur, hy kom en weggaan. Dat is so nie. Hy kom, dan is hy nou weer weg. Ja. So die president sal die storie beter hoor van julle af. Toe ons in regering gekom het, in 1994, dit was net 37 huishoudings in die Noord-Kaap, wat tepe in die jaar gehad het. 37%. En vandag 84% van die huishoudings het tepe in die jaar in die Noord-Kaap. Daar is groei daar. Daar is iets wat groei. En toe ons, soos ons vandag hier is, soos ons vandag hier sit, 97% van die kinders wat by die skool moet wees in die Noord-Kaap, hulle is by die skool. Hulle is by die skool. That is a major achievement. 97% of school-going children are at school. That is a major achievement. So, ons het die storie wat ons vir die president vertel, dat onze economie in die Noord-Kaap is besig om te groei. Ek is seker paar van julle wat TV gekyk het gister, julle gesien ek was saam met die president op een van die sonplase, wat werkskepping vir die gemeenskap gee. En ook hier in Upington, daar's paar sonplase hier, wat dit doen. En hulle skep werke vir ons mense. Maar met al die, daar's groot uitdagings rondom werkloosheid. Meeste van ons jong mense werk nie. Groot uitdaging. Meeste van hulle maak klaar hulle se graad 12, dan sit hulle by die huis en niks doen nie. So die grootste uitdaging dan is om seker te maak dat ons kry werksgeleenthede vir daai jong mense wat nie werk nie. Ek sien meeste van hulle is hier. Ons moet ook opleiding kursusse vir hulle ook bring. Daar moet geleenthede geskep word dat ons vir hulle kan opleiding gee. Die ander groot probleem wat ons het hier in die Noord-Kaap is armoede. Ek het vir die president gesê toe ons gister ontmoet het, dat die getal mense van die Noord-Kaap is 1,3 miljoen. Dis die getal van ons almal nou. Getal van 1,3 miljoen mooi mense. Mense van die Noord-Kaap mos is baie mooi, al sien jy een in Joburg. Jy sien maar net die is 'n Noord-Kaapster die. Daar's iets wat verskil man, die mense is mos mooi mense man. Ordentlike mense met maniere. Dis hoe ons is mos. Ek sê jy gaan Kaap toe, jy sien mense daar, jy loop tussen die klomp mense daar, maar jy kan sommer 'n Noord-Kaapster oplet, die een is 'n Noord-Kaapster die een. Ons is mos ordentlike mense. So uit die 1.3 miljoen mense wat ons is, 600.000 van hulle kry toela. Verstaan u wat is die implikasie daarom? Van die 1.3 miljoen, 600.000 van hulle ontvang toela. Dit beteken amper die helfte van ons mense hier in die Noord-Kaap, hulle ontvang toela. En dit moet verander word. Dis iets wat ons moet verander. So vandag, dis nie my dag nie. Dis die dag van die LER's. Dis julle se dag. Om saam met julle se president te praat. En saam met die ministers te praat. Ons het hooggeagte amptenare wat hier is. Die directeur-generaal van Nasionaal is ook hier. Daar's niemand wat nie hier is nie. As daar 'n bom hier kan kom, dan dood ons almal hier binne. Dan is die land sonder leierskap. Weet julle dit? Yes, as daar iets kan gebeur hier vandag, dan is die land sonder leierskap. Van die hele leierskap van die land is hier. Om saam met die ordentlike en mooi mense van Upington, mense van ZFM en mense van die Noord-Kaap te kom praat. Met die woorde wil ek vir ons hooggeagte gaste sê, julle is baie welkom. Trek uit julle suggesties. Dis warm hier. Dis baie warm hier. Dis nog niks nie. Dit kan ergens. Ek hoor dis 37 vandag. As dat 41 gewees het, dit sou beter gewees het. Laat hulle voel wat leef ons deur hier. Ons gooi hulle sommer so met 41 grade, laat hulle voel. Hoe voel die Noord-Kaap? Maar met die woorde, almal van julle is baie welkom. En vir die president en sy span. En baie dankie. Baie dankie.
Another round of applause, please. Ja, nou is jou tijd om te praten met de president. On het a WhatsApp groep, wanneer je kan praten all your issues there. On that WhatsApp group where you will also be given an opportunity to raise your issues there, because it might not be possible for everybody to speak. Can I check, where are the mics? Where are the roving mics? I only see one. Where are the roving mics? It's only one. Can't be one. Where are they? I need the roving mics. Where are they? I was told there will be roving mics. Where are they? It's only two. Let me explain how we're going to start. I will hand over to the provincial champion, MEC Mgcawu. But we'll start with the sectors. Where are the sectors located? We'll call them one by one. And then once we're done, we'll then go to each and every municipality. So we'll go to all the 5 municipalities. We'll get two per municipality. And then once we have done with the sectors, then we go to each municipality, two per municipality. Then we'll give an opportunity for responses. Then we'll go for a second round. If there are still further issues from each municipality, we'll then go back to the municipalities. And then after that, then will be the last, and then we'll close the matter. But for now, let me hand over to the MEC of Education, Provincial Champion, MEC Mgcawu.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me take the opportunity to greet the President, all the ministers present here, Deputy Ministers present, the Premier and all the members of the Executive Council, all the members from the National Parliament, the mayors, the speakers, the councillors, and most importantly, our beautiful people of the Northern Cape. Good mornings. Program Directeur, dankie vir die geleentheid dat ek hierdie sessie kan fasiliteer. Now I've got a request here that the people who are part of the deaf people, they don't hear Afrikaans. So they are making a request that we must translate whatever is being said in Afrikaans into English. The challenge is, of course, most of the people are speaking Afrikaans around here. But I will try to mix so that we can accommodate them as well. Soos die programdirekteur gesê het, ons is nou by die vlak waar ons gaan die gemeenskap toelaat om vorentoe te kom en hulle se sakke te reis. We are going to allow now the different sectors to come and raise their issues. We will start with the faith-based sector. Ons sal met die kerkleiers begin. As die kerkleiers kan vorentoe kom, laat hulle se sakke kan kom plaas op die tafel, sodat die president en sy gevolg kan hoor wat is die probleme en die uitdaging van ons kerkleiers. Can we get an indication from the faith-based sector? Where are they? Can you please come forward? The leaders of the faith-based sector. Na ons kerkleiers, dan sal ons besigheidssektor 'n geleentheid gee om dan vorentoe te kom. Na ons besigheidssektor gaan ons vroue geleentheid gee. Daarna gaan ons die jeug 'n geleentheid gee. En dan sal ons ook ons disabled mense 'n geleentheid gee om te praat. Faith-based. Okay. Okay. So we've got the faith-based sector here. Can the business sector also come forward? The business sector can also come forward. Can we have the women also come forward? And then lastly, the disability group can also come forward. Onze kerkleiers gaan begin. Dat onze kerkleiers begin, daarna gaan ons die besigheid kry, dan die vroue, dan die jong mense, dan die gestremdes. Nou listen, mense luister nou. Die rede hoekom ons sektore vat, ons aanvaar dat die sektore verteenwoordig die hele groep mense in die sektor. Ons gaan nie almal vat van die kerke af nie. Ons gaan die leiers kry wat namens die sektor praat. So ons gaan net 3 kerkleiers toelaat wat namens die kerksektor gaan praat. Ons gaan nie laat al die mense kom praat nie. Dan sal ons 3 mense toelaat vanaf die besigheidssektor, vanaf die jeug, vanaf die vrouens en vanaf die gestremdes. Can we stick to that arrangement? Only 3 leaders from the churches will get an opportunity to speak. Okay. I will then give over to the leaders of the faith-based sector to speak. Thank you very much.
Goeiemorgen, good morning. Good morning, goeiemôre. Ons mense van die Noord-Kaap, ons is dankbaar om hier te wees. En ons verwelkom onze president in die Noord-Kaap. Welcome, President. And greetings to your family back there. Ons as die Christelike denominasie en ander gelowe is baie bekommerd oor ons gemeenskappe wat agteruit gaan, nie as gevolg van 80% van ons inwoners nie, maar as gevolg van daardie 20% mense, kinders, wat nie law-abiding citizens is nie. En ons is baie bekommerd oor ons mense. Ons bid vir ons mense, ons predikasies is gerig op ons mense, maar ons 20% onwettige mense, they are there seemingly to take over ons gemeenskappe. Daarom vra ons dat die protocol of die mense wat aangestel is om die wetteloosheid vas te vat, dat daardie mense al meer en meer vorentoe sal kom en saam met ons werk. Ons werk al reeds saam met hulle, maar dit wil vir ons voorkom dat dit nie genoeg is nie. Daarom vra ons die wettiese gemeenskap om saam met ons te werk, sodat ons die wetteloosheid kan hokslaan. Die volgende punt is, that we ask the President and his leadership to add upon the 350 rand and legalize it for every household in South Africa. Daarna wil ons ook die president 'n pluimpie gee vir die manne, vir die manier waarop hy die COVID verlede jaar en voorverlede jaar gemanage het. Daarvoor wil ons oor die baie dankie sê. En ten slotte wil ek vir u sê dat Suid-Afrika, binne in Suid-Afrika is daar 80 of 90% Christene. So ons Suid-Afrika, binne in Suid-Afrika is daar mense wat volwaardige lewe lei. Maar as gevolg van daardie 20% ill health individuals, maak dit vir ons baie moeilik. I thank you.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Kan ons net hierdie orderregeling kry? Ek het gesê ons gaan 3 mense uit die faith-based movement 'n geleentheid gee. En elkeen sal vir 3 minute praat. Nou ek wil nou nie groot mense stop van praat af nie. So kom ons bly in die 3 minute asseblief. As daar mense is wat ander iets het om te sê, ons het 'n WhatsApp lyn waaraan u boodskap kan stuur. Kom ek gee vir die nommer. Our WhatsApp line where you can also report your issues. The WhatsApp line is 064 887 5050. 064 887 5050. You can also put your issues on the WhatsApp line. Thank you very much. Can we also just introduce ourselves when we are speaking? Thank you.
Yes. Good day, President. Honorable President and Premier, thank you very much, and all the leadership here. I am Apostle Petrus Goeieman. I am the District Secretary of the MRM, and I'm also the chairperson of Pakumsa, the leaders, the the leaders, church leaders connections. And today I'm just here, I just want to be brief. Thank you, Mr. President, that you are saying that you having a WhatsApp number. But I think for the leadership here, especially for the clergy, we will be glad if we have a direct number, because some of us are struggling around here, especially in this town and in the district. We are struggling, and some of the doors are actually closed. As you know, that I am the secretary of the district in this district. But also for me, there's also no-go areas in this town and even among the leadership here. So I want the Mr. President and Mr. Premier to give a direct line so that we can also have and communicate on certain issues. The other thing is also that as the leadership here, we sent, lastly, the time when you arrived here, Mr. President, it was 2019. At the time when you arrived here, we actually sent a memorandum to you during that time. And we are not sure whether we're still awaiting some of the responses from you and so on that, because the clergy also want me to raise that issue that during that time, during the visit. But we are glad during that time you also ask us to went and see you, and some of the persons, actually the leaders, went there to see you there. But up until now, we still wait on the responses, the people you call to your office to come back and report on that memorandum of 2019. But we are glad you heard the clergy, you called them, you invited them there. Mr. President, we also have a problem, especially with crime in the area. You know, we are glad that people are standing up, especially if you see in Gauteng, that you see now the newly elected premier said now to the we heard and we see that the premier said we're going back to the communities there, and especially with the tuck shops. We're having a lot of our people here in the churches. The people are unemployed. You look at the tuck shops here, people are not involved there. We want you, and especially if you look at there, as you said, okay, there is also the solar panels, but I'm glad you raised that. You said that is fine. You will also look into that, and especially the premier also elaborated that. But Mr. President, what we are saying that please help us, especially the clergy here, help us with certain things here, especially as I said, the crime and all this kind of stuff in that area. Thank you very much. God bless. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The last person from the faith-based movement is the last one from faith-based. Or the faith-based movement. I saw. Okay, it's business. Okay.
Ek is Wilson Malo. Wilson. Soos letters. Malo. Ek bly in Aurora Straat 14, Tabalelo. Ek wil die president begroet, ons premier, en die kabinet as geheel wil ek begroet. En dan nou die gemeenskap as geheel of die hele crowd wat hier is wil ek begroet. Meneer die president, ek wil praat uit die kant van besigheid. Die Noordkap is uitgestrek, hy is groot. Ons is ver van mekaar af, die dorpe is ver uit mekaar uit. Maar as dit kom by die Noordkap, ek wil eers by die Noordkap begin, asseblief tog meneer die president. As dit kom by die Noordkap, hy is baie werkloos. Ons voer elke dag uit ons myne, Aggeneys, Gansberg, oral is hier myne tot binne Kimberley. Dan kan 'n mens nie verstaan hoekom is ons so arm en hoekom is ons so werkloos nie. Ons minerale word almal uitgevoer uit die Noordkap uit. Dis een van die redes hoekom dat ons mense so swaar kry in die Noordkap. Meneer die president, ek kom al van Ek het nou die dag gehoor dat die mense wat onwettige myners is, jammer om dit te sê, ek kom al daarvan af. Die mense is hongermense. Is min wat die mense iets had om te eet op die tafel. Dis van hongerte wat die mense onwettig loop delf, is nie omdat hulle wil ryk wees nie, hulle sal nooit ryk raak daar nie. Ek het 2 maande daar gebly, sonder kos, elke dag moet jy mieliemeelpap sommer uit die water saam met sout eet, want daar niks om van te lewe nie. Dit is sulke goed wat aangaan in die Noord-Kaap, meneer die president. Hier is nie mense van ons wat ons kan sê wat vooraanstand is, wat kan andere help, wat swaar kry nie. Meneer die president, ek het company gestig, 2015, vroeg. Hy is geregistreer, wettig geregistreer in Februarie maand in 2015. My company staan nog op graad 1. Ek kry nie werk nie, ander manne wat in hoë posisies sit, moet telke male my company gebruik, sodat ek kan lewe van die tips, wat van hulle se tafels afval. Ek is 'n pensioneer, ek pay pensioengeld, ou mens geld. Ek betaal vir Municipality R1400 van daai ou mens geld. En die geld wat oor is, moet ek my polisse betaal. My krag bly permanent gesluit. En dit weet die Municipality. Ek moet betaal om krag te kry, en dan moet ek R500 en opper betaal. Baie dankie, meneer die president.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Okay. Baie dankie. Just to assist the disabled people, the business person was just complaining about the high unemployment and also about the high tariffs that they are paying for the municipal services, which he's paying from his grant that he's getting as an old age grant. That's basically in short what the person was saying. Thank you very much. Kan ek die volgende besigheidspersoon kry?
Ja.
3 minute, meneer, asseblief.
Ek is pastoor Springbok en ek wil die gemeenskap groet. En ek wil die agbare president en as premier van die Noord-Kaap groet. Ek is so dankbaar om hierdie geleentheid te kry, om vanmôre hier te wees. Maar die vorige spreker het iets genoem. Pastoor Springbok, Esau Springbok. Die vorige spreker het 'n baie belangrike ding genoem. Toe ons na ons 94 elections gewen het, het ons by die Konkerk gesit en ons het vir die oorlede Vetman Mgcawu Vetman burgemeester gemaak. En daar het die vorige premier, Manu de Pichu vir Vetman Mgcawu gesê, Vetman, moenie op leerstoele sit in die munisipaliteit en goed. Gaan uit, gaan soek beleggers. Gaan haal ons leer, ons minerale, Kaapstad en Joburg, vat baat daarby. Ons minerale gaan, ons is ryk in minerale, maar ons minerale word, ons het die fabrieke in hierdie plekkie, geen fabriekie. Ons leer, ons moet skoene van Joburg afdra, Crockett en Jones goed. Ten duurste. Ons handsakke, vrouens se handsakke ten duurste. En wat ek nou wil sê is, ek wil oor die bywette ook praat. Kyk na die premier. Ek was Samadan. Ek wil oor die bywette praat, die bylaws. Die bylaws wat is so diep raak. Die bylaws. En dan wil ek praat hieroor. My 3 minute is amper verstreke. Dan wil ek nog hieroor praat, die bylaws en om grond te koop in Upington. Ek 2 jaar terug het ek aansoek gedoen Nou die markwaarde van grond gaan elke dag op. Nou moet ek hom ten duurste koop. Ten duurste. Ek wil al die grond gekoop het. Hulle hou ons terug, ons klein besigheidsmense. Hulle hou ons terug in Upington. Hulle hou ons terug. Ons sneeuwel hier, ons sneeuwel. Ek het 'n klein karwasplekkie, net so oomblik. Klein waskarplekkie. Load shedding. Reën, weer, enige dinge steen my. Maar ek wil hê, die municipaliteit, ek het reeds 'n appointment met u gemaak by die ANC-kantore, premier. Maar die mense het nog nie deurgekom na my toe nie. En ek wil graag met u sit en praat oor baie dinge. Dankie.
Baie dankie, baie dankie. Okay, 3 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Goeiemiddag gemeenskap, presidents, onze landse president meneer Ramaphosa, onze MEC Cyril Samandi, julle is baie welkom, ons is baie bly. Julle is vanmiddag hier, ons waardeer dit opreg. Ek wil oor landbou praat vandag. Ek is 'n jong besigheidsvrou.
Uw naam is?
Liesel Oranje. Liesel Oranje. Ja. Ek is 'n jong entrepreneur, ek het my besigheid geregistreer, ek is 'n vrou van 43 jaar oud. Ek is ook 'n BE geregistreer in 'n mining permit en ek wil sommer daar by die deur inval. Die permit is besig om te verval. Ons het al hoeveel meetings met DMR en Kimberley gehad. Elke keer as ons daar kom, of die prokureur is nie daar nie, of die bestuurder is nie daar nie, en die meeting word weer uitgestel. En so loop die permit se tyd aan. En julle weet seker vandag, as hy permit vandag verval, dan moet ons oor aansoek doen. Ek wil net by julle vra om net vir my te verduidelik. Ondergrondse regte behoort mos aan die regering. En broogrondse regte behoort mos aan die eienaar. En ons het alles gedoen om op daai plaas te gaan myn. Dis maar 5 hektaar. En hulle het tot op hede nog nie vir ons daai hekke oopgemaak nie. Die plaas is so 40 kilos buite Kimberley. So ons se permit gaan nou binne die volgende 3 maande gaan ons se permit verval. En dan is al die waterpermit wat ons moes betaal het, alles wat ons moes betaal het, gaan ons dan verloor. En dan wil ek ook net praat oor die landbou. Die regering koop vir ons plase. En dan gee die regering die plase vir arm boere of vir ons agtergeblewende boere. Maar nou gee jy 'n plaas vir 'n ou wat glad nie diere het nie. Hy vat hy selfe grond en gaan verhuur hom terug aan die eienaar wie klaar die grond verkoop het. En ons wat wil boer, se diere moet in die woonbuurt loop. Ek voel dis onregverdig. Jy moet terugkom en vir die regering kom sê, maar ek het nie nou diere nie. Gee so lank vir Sunny die grond. Maar Sunny moet maar in die lokasie boer, so laat die volgende ou kan die grond verder uitverhuur aan die ou wat met sy biljoene. Hy moet gaan aftree, hy het klaar geboer. Maar nou kom hy terug en hy kom met ander ouens se beeste en kom sit op ons grond. Ek voel die regering het hy grond vir ons gekoop om landbou te kan doen. Ek voel ons opkomende boere moet opstaan vandag. En kom praat mense. Laat ons opstaan vir ons regte. Julle vrouens, ons moet landbou en mining. Laat die deure vir ons oopgaan. Is al wat ek wil sê. Dankie.
Baie dankie dame. We are going over to the disability sector. We are going to the disability sector. Thank you very much. 3 minutes.
Goeiedag, alle regeringsamptenare. My naam is Maria Snyders en ek praat namens die persone met gestremdhede in die Noord-Kaap. Meneer die president, ek dink u ken my. Ons het verlede keer het ons vir u gekom wys van ons equipment in die by die library hierso by Sandile present. In die Noord-Kaap is ons gestremde persone met gestremdheid is agtergeblewe persone in geheel. Die rede hoekom ek so sê, as daar enige kursusse of enige funksies of enige iets gedoen word, dan word ons altyd agtergelaat. Ons munisipaliteit in Upington in die ZF Mgcawu distrik vergeet van sy gestremde persone met gestremdhede. Ek is 'n lid van DPSA, Disabled People South Africa. En ek dink die meneer die premier, ek dink die Weskaap se regering hanteer sy persone met 'n gestremdheid beter as die Noord-Kaap. Want die Weskaap se gestremde persone kry voorkeur as daar werke uitkom in regeringsposte. Nie een van ons is gekwalifiseer. Ek het 'n graad 12 en my suster het 'n graad 12 en sy is gekwalifiseer soos baie van ons, maar ons word nie aangeneem wanneer daar poste uitkom nie. Hier is nie eens 'n vervoersisteem vir die persone met gestremdhede. Die taxi's wil nie 'n mens ry as jy in 'n rolstoel sit nie. Hulle dink nie aan ons as dit by behuising kom nie. Ons huise lek. Ons bly in plakkerskampe. Ek bly nou op 'n eer wat nie water het nie. Ek bly nou op 'n eer wat nie 'n toilet het nie. Munisipaliteit voorsien my nie. So meneer die president, asseblief, maak as laat munisipaliteit asseblief voorsiening maak vir ons persone wat 'n gestremdheid het. Want ons stem ook. Ons word ook aangery na die stemlokale toe. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. Okay. Just for the other people, she was just complaining that as disabled people, they are not getting opportunities from the municipality. She is staying in an informal settlement, and she also needs services, and she is also voting. On voting day, she's also transported to the voting station. And the public transport, like the taxis, don't want to accommodate people who are disabled to transport them. That's basically what she said. Thank you. Disabled. Okay.
Molweni, igama lami nguSheli Magidela, ngowasephabalelo. Nobangela ndime apha tata ngoba ndinomntana ona 10 years on autism spectrum disorder ne-ADHD. Umntana wami ukwisikolo ze-mainstream ngoba akafumani isikolo apha eNorthern Cape. Kukho i-OASA sithi ayinomthatha umntana wami ngoba bona bayisi-skill development center abasosikolo. Ndihambe yonke indawo. Ndihambe komaKapa, komaRhawuti, komaDurban. Ndifunela umntana wami isikolo. Andihambi, andinamali andiphangeli. Umntana wami ufumana imali kaSASSA. Ndihambe ndihayika i-truck, idoni for umntana wami. But eKapa uye wafumana isikolo. Xa fumaniseka esi sikolo, mna funeke ndibhatala ngenyanga i-2.5. 2.5 endizayifumana phi? Ndingaphangeli. Ndiyile kwi-community leaders zapha ePhabalelo. Xa ufika kwi-community leaders, iigeyithi zabo zivaliwe. Bane-intercom. Umntu uthi epha phakathi uyakubona uba ungubani. Uzawuthumela umntana athi mepa asiri. Daya next door, ndiyokhopha next door. It was for the 4th time ndisiya kulandriya la tata. Xa ndifikayo pha next door ndicela isitulo ndikhophe phandle. Utata umuva up and down kwigarage yakhe. Andifunda noba ingomsebenzi wa-office noba ngomsebenzi wantoni. Ngumsebenzi wantoni noba ngatshayela istrato, I'll grab it with my both hands for umntanam. Ndifuna ukuza kumama uEnji Mutserha. Mama, ndiyavuya ulapha namhlanje. Ndivuyela ntoni abantwana bethu aba-disabled abanasikolo. Bazintlekisa kwisikolo ze-mainstream. Ndifuna ukuza kuwe tata ubheka icele. Ndiyavuya ulapha tata. Bengayazi ba ulapha. Abantu abadala bayaphela ngabantwana abatshaya i-drugs. Baphela nje, amapolice are so much aware of it, but they do nothing about it. Apha sifuna i-business apha e-town. Thina abahlali balapha e-South Africa asinamalungelo kangangoko. abantu abanamalungelo kakhulu zi-foreign nationals ezichopha phaa ezenza ngathi zichewa abantu zithengisela abantu bethu i-drugs. Namhlanje ndifuna ukuthi kuni enkosi.
Baie dankie enkosi kakhulu ma. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going over to the women's sector, women in drugs, and all the different sectors amongst the women. Only 3 minutes. Thank you very much, ma.
Goeiemiddag, achtbare president van Suid-Afrika. Ek groet vir u in die naam van die Here. Premier, ek groet vir u. U is die beste premier in hierdie hele Suid-Afrika. Ek honor vir u vandag. Dis vandag 'n voorreg om te staan hierso, om ons mamas en oumas en ons kinders se saak te kom present. Ons is KADA. KADA beteken Keigerib Against Drugs and Alcohol Abuse. Ons is uit nood gebore. Dis hoekom ons vandag hier is, president. In ons grondwet, president, het ons sê ons Suid-Afrika behoort aan almal wat hier bly. Ons Suid-Afrikaners is goeie mense. Met hierdie goedheid van ons in Suid-Afrika het ons vir onsself in die voet geskiet dat ons die deure oopgemaak met die goedheid van ons harte dat foreigners het ingekom in ons land in. Hulle het ingekom met drugs. Hulle kom maak ons kinders dood. Die wet is stil. Die wet is stil. Wanneer die foreigners gevang word met drugs, dan stap hulle oor 4 ure, stap hulle met 'n smile uit. Premier, ons gaan in Keimus 'n hof bou. Maar Delil, dankie, ek was gister in die vergadering. Ons kinders is besig om dood te gaan in hierdie gedeeltes. Ons drugs word Weskaap toegestuur. Hierdie manne sit vir 6 maande tot 12 maande sit hulle buitekant rond. Dan maak hulle weer nuwe geld vir prokureurs. As daai drugs se uitslae kom uit die Weskaap uit, dan is hierdie mense 'n nuwe identiteit, want hierdie foreigners is baie skerp met tegnologie. Of die docket is weg en ons government is stil daarvoor. Ons soek 'n laboratorium wat onmiddellik kan sê wat se drugs is hierdie, hoe gevaarlik is hierdie drugs. Ons kan hierdie mense so vry laat loop deur die goedheid van ons harte. Die ander ene, premier, president, ons het 'n nuwe mark oopgemaak. Ons het skroot, ons sê scrapyards. Daar's geen kontrole oor die scrapyards nie. Ek het self foto's gegaan neem by die scrapyards. Ek het koper gegaan kry. Ek het dit aangekla by die polisie. Toe hulle daar kom, toe hulle dit weggesteek. Die polisie gee scrapyard lisensies te maklik uit. En ons kinders, hulle steel. Ons kinders word geverneder. Hulle word geslaan. Want hulle breek in. Hulle is verslaaf gemaak deur hierdie foreigners. Asseblief, president, ons wil hê ons met u moet vir ons help. Ons is baie daar, sonder krag, sonder water. Dan is ons kabels gesteel. Terwyl van hierdie skroot, u moet asseblief intervene. Asseblief tog, die influx van buitelanders, ek het dit vlug genoem, dit is onaanvaarbaar. Onze erwe, onze arme mense se erwe, word van onze munisipale beamptes geverkoop. Hulle word geverkoop aan die foreigners. Daar is nie 'n plek, premier. Ek huil oor ons kinders. Want hierdie mense kom met een doel. Ons het hierdie mense toegelaat, omdat ons gevoel het, hulle het oorlog in hulle se land, hulle het hongersnood in hulle se land, maar hierdie mense het sonder genade gekom. Hulle het gekom om ons kinders te kom doodmaak. Ons het nie 'n toekoms meer nie. Ons kinders sterwe. Ons kinders pleeg selfmoord. Ons kinders hang hulle op. Ons kinders is verslaaf. Ons het nie leiers vermoor nie. Asseblief, ons kinders is werkloos. En hierdie wat ons die meeste sonplase het.
Baie dankie,
Ons
baie
het die
dankie.
meeste sonplase. Maar ons werkie. Ons kry 30% wat hulle moet spandeer. Maar hulle spandeer dit so dat dit nie vir ons mense benefit nie. Ons het die meeste myne, maar ons is die armste.
Baie dankie.
Mense, ons
Baie
gaan
dankie.
'n hof bou. Ek praat met my
Thank you very much.
Ons gaan 'n hof bou, maar daar kom daar mense van ander provinsies om ons werk te kom vat. Terwyl daar mamas sit, terwyl daar papas sit, wat nie werk.
Malibongwe.
Asseblief, premier, aan die naam van die Here, ek smeek vir u.
Baie dankie.
Kyk na ons jong kinders. As u aftree en as u aftree, waar gaan ons leiers kry? Ons kinders hierdie foreigners, hulle het net met een doel gekom. En as ons daarvan praat, dan sluit hulle vir ons toe. Hulle sê ons pleeg xenofobie. Ek seën u. Die Here seën u.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Kan ons asseblief net seker maak? Maar om onze tyd te spaar, as iets klaar genoem is, kom ons herhaal dit nie weer nie. Let us not repeat something that was already raised, please. Thank you very much.
Goeiemôre of middag alle hooggeplaastes. Ons geagte president, se baie voorreg die vir my. My naam is Anita Motsabi. President, ek het eintlik baie van, maar ek kan die van gee, omdat ek met die van gewerk het, die probleem wat ek nou het. Geagte president, ek het gekom, my kinders het my gestuur, niemand op hierdie aarde kan my help met hierdie probleem nie. My man word in 2008 doodgetrap. En in 2011 word ek uitgebetaal aan R90,000 sonder 'n papier. Die prokureur wat my gehelp het, sy naam is Henny Becker. Die probleem wat ek vanmiddag kom, president, my kinders was so klein. My babietjie was 2 jaar, het in my borste gedrink. My tweede kind was 7 jaar oud. My oudste seun was 9 jaar oud. Baie swaar gekry. Moeilik vir hulle groot gemaak. Meneer president, is dit dan nie my reg om te weet? Die prokureur laat my 4 papiere inval, waar ons elkeen sy naam op staan. Die prokureur skel my. Hy wil nie my papiere gee. Ek sê laat my kinders is mos klein. Die dag as my kinders groot word, dan soek my kinders antwoorde. Tot hierdie vandag, toe my kinders mondig word en groot word, toe vra die kinders vir my, nou my ma is daar dan nie beleggings nie. Ek het nie 'n papier wat ek my kinders kan wys nie. Daarvoor kom pleit ek vanmiddag by die president om my te help met hierdie probleem. Jy weet as ek so lê en te dink, so naderheen met my kinders, hoe moeilik gaan dit, en die prokureur eet in lewe vandag. Baie dankie president, baie dankie nasionaal.
Baie dankie.
Ek is mevrou Maria Kok, woonagtig in Roudale by 1. Ek is van by 1. Ek het vir my vanmôre, vandag vir my 'n baie belangrike dag om self met die president te praat. Die premier het ek het kom al lang jaar met die premier. Voorsitter gesê, ek het 'n wit kop gehad, nou so 'n swart kop, het ek 'n wit kop en grys, maar ek wil staan dat ek kan praat, ek is benoud dat ek sit. President, ek vra vandag, ek praat vir die ou mense, die NGO's, dienssentrum, oral in Northern Cape, spesiaal Kalksloot, die mense die toilets sien, die mense sukkel vir 'n grond om 'n sentrum te bou. Ek was gelukkig in Rosedale vir die munisipaliteit het my gekaver om seker met 'n ANC dat ek daar 'n plek vir ons ou mense. Maar die belangrikste, die ou mense, al die dienssentrum, daar's geld nie. Daar is geld die mense, ons het nou by die huise, want ons kyk die mense gaan met sentrum toe oor kos, maar word niks ingebetaal nie. Die bankrekenings van ons is toegemaak, maar word nie geld ingebetaal nie. Maar nietemin, ek sê dit vandag vir die president, dat iemand aandag gee aan die ou mense. Hierdie jeug wat hierdie man nou praat met jeug, die jeug was nie in die strakke nie. Dit was ons. Ek ken vir Upington, ek het gebore hier, ons het swaar gekry. Ek kan met jou praat soos jy wil, president. Ons het in 1 jaar gebore, ons het wat 10 jaar en jy is ewe oud. Soos my voorreg vandag om te kan praat. Ek wil as 2 belangrike goed wat ek vandag, kyk hoe lag Marina, hulle weet ek smaak so. Hier is 'n man die soort was 'n youth league. I was there. Vandag is hy premier. Ek is hier, ek sien Angie is ook hier, die president van die vrouwelijke. Ek is bly. Ek het 2 probleme. Ja, ons weet 1 betier. Ek kan praat wat ek wil. Nie de man nie, maar ons weet 1 jaar gebore, 1 kerk het ons gedoop, Lutherhande. Die Lutherse kerk. Toe man is jou ken ek vir jou, maar jou ken ek sommer van youth league af. Maar vandag wil ek praat. Hierdie man wat er 'n mens stop, dat ons kyk jou min so te praat. Nou wil ek praat. Daar's 2 goeie dinge. Ons jeug het nie werk nie. Ek het 2 matrikulante wat klaar geleerd het. Die een is oud. Die een het nou Joburg toe gegaan. Hy het al weer terug, hy sal nie werk nie, ek weet. En die ene het ek gestel op Keiser maar by Pektor. Hy het geswat. Hy het geswat sielkundige, toe die beurs opgekom nie gebetaal nie. Nou het ek maar weer beursvorms gevat en te kyk, strong uitsiet. Ek is baie bly jy's vandag. Luister tog, ek skryf. Ek gaan nie WhatsApp nie, want WhatsApp en daai goed bet word nie geantwoord nie. Jy word nie geantwoord nie. Jy word nie geantwoord. Die goed wat die premier gepraat het, ek was daar, het regtig goed gepraat, die waarheid tot ek jy ANC, back to the rules. Daar is nog niks gemaak hier, ek jou vertel los man. Ek wil aan die minister van onderwys sê, ek het 'n baie groot probleem. Ek was 11 jaar op the governing body van die HSB. Ek was daar. Ek wil net weet, hier nou 'n nuwe mode. Die kinders wat klim is by die skool, jy het jou kind so geleer nie. Nou word hulle expel, skors. 'n week gaan die kind die skool toe die week. Dit dan nou eksamen. Hoe kan hulle die kinders skors? Is mos nie reggie. Is die reggie. Ek sê vir die kinders, hy moet volunteer so oud as ek. Ek sê vir hulle, die ANC soek nie ongeletterde mense nie. Jy miste jou graad 11 het. Nou as die kind geskors word, hoe nou? Ek vra die minister, moet kyk daarna, ek is nie gemaklik met hy skors nie. Dan tweede punt is, wat ek vandag pleit, maar ek wil eintlik die vir die premier gevra, so persoonlik, maar terwyl hier kan jy mos praat met hom. My seun, ek het baie seer gekry. My man is in COVID tyd. Dus my man oor my oorlede, my seun wat ek geleentheid gegee het, wat ek gedink het, die gaan op gesterwe. Daar los hy dit Dakar. Ek kan nou nie die berrykar sal ek sê by hierdie speedkop. Is dit reg? Ek kan nie by die hospitaal kom nie. Ek het gestrem met my heup. Ek kan net praat en ek is wys hier. Ek is dom nie. En as ek daar kom waar bok, hy kan mos net vir my die ek sê die hoop. So die premier moet maar vir my 'n brief gee of sê my wie is die minister van vervoer, dat ek met hom face to face ook praat. Die kar moet die komberse toegemaak raak, want dan ry ek, word ek gevang. Ek moet net R1000 betaal. En dan sê dat, toen die licensie betaal, omdat die kinderen is nog klein, hulle zijn toch die kerk, maar ek het 'n probleem, ek moet die hospitaal toe gaan, ek moet dokter toe gaan, ek kan nergens gaan nie. Is die regie. En ek wil sê, as die man nie, jy het goed gebad, maar die Here, ek sê jou, ek sê jy doodstil. Jy moet ek jou vertel met jou praat. Dankie. Moet my nie aanjaan nie. Jy het gesê, ons moet praat, as my voorreg, ek gaan praat. My wijk, Abraham Poos het gestink, ek sal my wijk met die oos.
Baie dankie, baie dankie mama.
Die president is die land, jy moet waag. Jy moet waag, as die president, hy dan sê, ek moet opbouw. Jy nou nie vir die kerk mense gesê, hoe donker is my wijk zijn veilbaas met die ANC zijn veilbaas op daar hangen. Ik wil houden erin. Maar hier meer wat zeg jeugd, hoe ik zeg jong, die jeugd wordt hier elkaar in die election tijd. Dan moet ons op stem jeugd stemmen.
Baie dankie mama, baie dankie. Baie dankie. Where are we now? Can we have the traditional leaders? 3 traditional leaders. Okay, traditional leaders. Traditional leaders. Yeah, thank you. Traditional leaders. 3 minutes. Just identify yourself. Baie dankie, traditional leaders.
Naam en van Charles Henry Alexander. Ek is 'n tradisionele leier van die Griekwa huis, ook as Khoi en San. My onder die leierskap van Chief Stanley Peterse, as ook die district speaker van die ZFM municipaliteit. As 'n tradisioneel leader wil ek vir die president 'n vraag vra. Daar was 'n land aansoek gedoen van die Griekwas. En daar was gevra gewees dat die regering moet terugkom om te antwoord op hierdie aansoek van hierdie grond. Ons sit met 'n paar probleme van ons Khoi en San mense. En dan praat ek ook van die Griekwas wat baie gronde het. Daar was aansoeke gedoen vir die gronde. En die regering het nog nie teruggekom. Ons sê dankie vir die president en ook vir die regering wat dan nou ons as Khoi en San mense erken het in die land. Maar die probleem wat ons mee sit, ons het tradisionele leiers in die land. Van hulle is geërken. Maar nie een van ons leiers of ons Khoi en San en Griekwas het grond in die land nie. Daar word gesê dat die geskiedenis sê dat ons die eerste inheemse volk of nasie van die land is. Ons het erkenning. Ons het leiers. Ons het konings. Ons het royalhuise. Ons het chiefs en kapteine. Maar ons het die grond nie. Hoe word jy 'n koning, 'n chief? Hoe het jy 'n volk en 'n nasie? Maar jy het die grond nie. Ons as die Khoi en die San, ons mense voel soos foreigners in Suid-Afrika. Ons is die enigste mense in die land wat die agtergeblewenes is. Dis waarom daar is nie vooruitgang onder die Khoi en San gemeenskappe. Want ons sit met 'n tweede kopseer. Die foreigners het meer regte. Die foreigners het meer besighede. Die foreigners het ook huise in ons land. En die grootste probleem wat ons sit, meeste van die foreigners het drakhuise. Hulle sit drakhuise op, omdat hulle buit die armoede van ons Khoi en San mense uit. Mense, ek wil vandag sê, dat vergeet die naam van kleerling. 'n Kleerling is nie 'n nasie of 'n ras. Hy het ook nie 'n taal nie. Ons as die bruin gemeenskappe, ons is onder een sambreel as Khoi en San. En ons het verskillende tribes. Ons het verskillende groepe. En ons vra vir die president en die kabinet, luister na die uitroep van ons Khoi en ons San mense. Luister na die uitroep van die toestande in ons gemeenskappe. Ons mense sterwe van armoede. Ons mense sterwe omdat ons nie erken word in ons land en in ons gemeenskappe nie. Ek wil afsluit deur te sê, baie van ons voorouers wat deur hierdie strate en deur hierdie duine en stofpaaie beweeg het, is dood vandag. Hulle trane lê op die grond. Omdat hulle was die mense wat hier begin het. Hier was niemand, veral die Noord-Kaap Upington. Die eerste mense wat hier in hierdie dorp gekom het, was die Khoi en San. Daar was nie ander mense nie. Daar was nie ander mense. Dat was die Khoi en San. Vandag is ons soos foreigners. Ons word nie na geluister nie. Ons word ook nie geërken. Ons word ook nie gerespek. En self ons leiers word nie gerespek nie. So ons vra vir die president en die kabinet om spoedig na ons terug te kom oor ons gronde en plase. En ook om na ons 'n oplossing te gee. En ek dink vandag is die gunstige dag waar die president en die kabinet vir ons 'n duidelike antwoord kan gee op ons leierskap en ons gronde. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. The second traditional leader.
Sal jy omreg. Dumela magais. Die ding is die duidelik. Wat ek maar self ek is chief Marotobolo van Groenwater under the jurisdiction of Tsantsabane. The district is ZF. Ek is a deputy chairperson van Contralysa in die province. My eerste swaarlike punt.
My first challenge.
As the forced removal traditional leaders and the Khoisan didn't recognize in this province. Onze traditionele leiders hier so wat van die Noordwes afkom, wat geïncorporeerd is in die Noord-Kaap. Daai 7 mense word geluister deur die province, ons die hele forced removal, ons word nie geluister. En die tweede issue is die CPA's. Ek dink president Ramaphosa ons het saam met jou gepraat by die conference by Joburg van wat ons van die CPA's praat. Die CPA's kan nie governance act kry nie van hulle op lande van tradisionele leiers. Waar moet ons gaan govern is die CPA's vir ons moet govern. I think the CPA is an institution of the government. Hy kan nie so ver gaan nie. Ons soek ons lande terug uit die CPA's uit. So, as julle vir ons ook kan help, ons sal baie bly wees. Ons kry baie seer in terme van die wet van die Group Areas Act van 1930. Daai wet het alles van ons gevat. Alles, ons het niks tot niks. So ons weet nie, hoekom word die wet nog by ons gebruik? Hoekom? Van die wet, en die CPA's, ek wil baie klaar wees. Die CPA's was die salga van die nasionale partye daai tye. Ons weet nie wat word die CPA's by ons nou kom ingeset van ons het mos aan ons salgas 1994 gesteeg. En by Groenwater wil ook so sê, daai solas, daai 3 solas wat daar so is op Groenwater se plek. Ons het die hele dokumente. Dis hoekom die tyd wat ons Groenwater toe trek, ons het nie daai plek geklaim van ons weet, hy was deel van Groenwater. Ons het hom nie geklaim nie. Daar's baie areas wat ons nie geklaim het van weet, die tyd van die forced removal, ons was deur mekaar gemaak daar so, en weggevat van ons land af. Ons het nie daai plek getrem nie, so ons soek daai plekke terug. En daai boer wat daar so by daai plaas is, hy benefit alleenig. En ons sal nie daai ding toelaat nie. Die tyd van die poor, president die premier die poor, daai hulle sê die project opmaak. Ons was daar. En ek het hom gevra, hoekom kan lyk het die boer kom benefit alleenig? Toe sê vir my, dit kan glad nie doen nie. Des Lemikas, des Gatolopile, des Tsantsabane, die hele Tsantsabane moet benefit. Up until now, ons benefit niks, die boer benefit alleenig. En onze grafte is daar so by die plek. Baie belangrijk. En ons het geengage met die government rondom die grafte. Daai boer se grafte is nie daar nie. Daar is 'n Engels man se graf daarso met die naam van Skuma. Die tyd van die Tweede Oorlog, het daai man daar kom sterwe, toe sê my oupa Galeshewe moet daar begrawe word. Nou daai boer sê daai graf is sy oupa se graf. Ons het die hele dokumente, ons het kom geset word, ons sal die hele dokumente kan hê. So, ons wil hê die government moet ons help, laat daai man nie alleenig benefit, die hele Tsansabani, laat hy daar benefit. Dis hoekom dit so onnodig gestrike daar so waar daar so wees. So, ten korte te wil hê, daai goede moet gevoorsien word asseblief. En ons recognisie, laaste ons recognisie van die forced removal in Khoisan moet op plaas kom.
Baie dankie. Thank you very much. Is our last traditional leader. He's the last one from the traditional leaders.
Marisa, Kwenkia, Kenkwas, geachte president, premier, ek staan hier met 'n stryd. U weet, ek was 'n member of the ANC in good standing. Tot iets gebeur het, toe stig ek my eie political party, which is Khoisan Revolution. Currently, I'm the district speaker in coalition with the ANC. The reason why I went with the ANC coalition is because they are the best. When the bill was tabled, Act 3 of 29 in Parliament, 195 MPs voted and 5 against. All our people here in the room that vote for these parties, where are the parties today? Where are the parties today when we struggle here? You are our president. We are engaging with you. I've got only 2 things, Mr. President. The one is I'm also a member of the National Khoisan Council, engaging with you. And the main issue is, Mr. President, land. We're sitting with land in the hands of public works of 1.7 million. Why can these lands not be transferred to our people? Our people are dying because of land claims. Because of land claims. A shortcut. We are struggling in Parliament because the MPs, the guys that swearing, we want land. There's guys in Parliament that say, we want land. But we invite them to the Kaglehari Park for 3 days, Mr. President, without water and food. Then you will run away. These people have everything for free. You know them. Those party of everything for free. We said as Khoisan, Mr. President, remember last year, if the Khoisan Revolution didn't stand here in Upington, the ANC should have lost the entire district in the municipality. But I stood firm with them all these years. All I'm asking is, address the land issue, Mr. President. Because this is a very important thing. Here we're sitting in Upington. I'm staying in a place called Khoisan Valley in Upington, Mr. President. There's no school. There's no hall. There's no development. There's nothing. Around us, there's EPWP projects. But I am in coalition with you, and there's nothing there. So I really need us to address these things. Otherwise, Mr. President, I want to invite all the political parties to come to ZFM and see what is a coalition. We have a good coalition. We don't fight over positions. We want service delivery for our people. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we just be conscious of time, please? All these women organizations, NPOs, each one will get 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Premier. All protocols observed this morning, this day. I'm Padisho Leu, a representative or a chairperson of South African Women in Construction in Northern Cape. I'm just raising a concern, as this organization is in 9 provinces. In Northern Cape, we are not taken seriously. We are not even recognized. So I would like the Premier's office and other departments to really recognize this organization, because it was implemented in 1997 by the late Stella Mgcawu with the aim of empowering women for training in finances. So we really don't want this to die. Because even during August, that is the Women's Month, we were not even recognized or maybe honored as women in Northern Cape. My concern again is that in other provinces, Sawik is really being recognized. It's only in Northern Cape. So by this gathering, I would really like Sawik Northern Cape to be highly recognized as from today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, the President, Premier, and all the delegates. I'm Anna Matruus from Kaimus in the Northern Cape, an NPO for the community. We have a soup kitchen and aftercare for children, after school reading and writing. We have a big problem with the government. We are not supported by the government. They always said it's social development. I think the people from the Northern Cape, Kimberley province, they know about me because we are asking them to assist us. And we moved from the soup kitchen to a garden. And this garden, it's a big problem. The municipality doesn't want to give us water, Mr. President. We are waiting and the sponsors are there. They gave us, KLK gave us a load of seed. They gave us compost. Yesterday we received 44 bags. All those things are kept now because there's no water available. Now, can you please assist us? We have a lot of problems there in Kaimus. Please come. Also with these foreigners and with the youth, can you please look after a place here in Northern Cape, Upington Social Development? Will you please see that there must be a place for the children after school to go, that they can learn some things. Thank you very much.
Goeiemiddag gemeenskap. Ek is Sandra Betumba van Plangeni. Ek groet die president Ramaphosa. Ek is bly ek kan vandag praat en ek kan luister. Ek dink as ek vandag hier staan, ek het al met die adjunct gepraat, maar vandag is ek so bly en ek wil hê die president moet diep in sy hart krap as hy vanmiddag luister na ons krete van Plangeni. Plangeni is so 20 minute se ry vanaf hier. Ek is ook bly die minister van education is vanmiddag hier. Want ek dink in Plangeni, daar is 200 huise. En van die 200 huisgesinne is daar 1 matrikulant uit elke huisgesin. En nie een van ons se youth het 'n werk, kry werk met hulle se matrieksertifikate nie. So vandag pleit ek by die president dat hulle kom na die kant van Plangeni en kom kyk na ons youth wat nie werk het nie. Daar is klein besighede. Ek dink ek het eendag geluister na die president se speech oor die radio, waar hy gepraat het oor klein besighede wat met 'n push kry. Nou ek dink ons rand daar klein besighede in Plangeni. Daar is geen support vir ons klein besighede nie. So my pleidooi is vandag vir die president dat hulle kom na die kant van Plangeni en kom kyk na die klein besighede sodat hulle ons kan 'n push kry gee sodat ons government kan help met die ekonomie wat met opgaan. Ek pleit vir ons jong kinders. Hulle gaan in die drugs in. Ons education minister van education, praat julle met die president, julle presidente. Kom na die kant van ons jong mense daar wat matrieksertifikate het, wat nie werk kry nie. Kom kyk wat julle kan doen vir ons jong mense. En ek staan so terug. Baie dankie.
Thank you.
Goeiemôre. All protocols observed. Ek wil spesiaal goeiemôre sê aan die president. I feel this morning like Esther coming. Yeah. My name is Sophia Basson. My maiden name is Maya, born in Umtata. but actually married in this area of Rimfasmak. And it is wonderful to be part of these people around. So my business is Health Revival Clinic and Trading. But what I'm doing today, I'm actually presenting Women in Tourism. I'm the Deputy Chair of Women in Tourism for the Northern Cape. And then I'm the chairperson for the ZF Mgcawu area. Then I'm also the Deputy Chair for the forum, the local David Kruiper Business Forum. Then I'm also the ambassador for the She Trade International Women in Business. And I think for some people it's really a surprise today that I'm actually not known. Maybe Premier, did you know that that is the areas that I'm in? Okay. The need that the ladies has, honestly, it is funding. Apparently they say that the Northern Cape doesn't apply. And there is really ladies, even if SIDA can support me in this, they did apply for funding. The problem is when it gets to the national, or maybe I don't know if it's province, but it seems like our business plans are maybe just checked through the financials, but it doesn't read the business plan. And that is what I experienced through my business application. And the other problem is, if I am not being recognized or supported in business, because all my compliances is there. If it's the tax clearance, if it's all the webinars, it's all the trainings, I do the trainings, I didn't receive any funding. The only funding that I received was from economic development, which I'm really thankful for economic development. With the 200,000 that they gave me, I could buy my machineries, and with that, I can actually help and support the people that I have to employ. And the painful thing that I have to explain today, Mr. President, during the COVID time, I actually trained 40 students for nursing. And that 40 students, we need a venue. So the venue, Public Works actually gave it to us. And there was a contract that was supposed to be settled. Mr. Victor passed away because of COVID. So the public people from here, Mr. Temba came from the district, from the province. And then what he said to me is, they're going to take this building and they're going to give it for economic development. But I said to them, I need to train these 40 people because Yalsita wants to pay for them. And these 40 people, I'm going to use it to give to Surti Hospital, Kakamas Hospital, and then also to Kaimus Hospital. I'm a professional from profession. I've got a practice number. I've got a license for pharmacy. I have to talk to the president about this. So the problem is that one, it's still hanging. So they gave me a building that is the old TB hospital at Cordonia. So that hospital, there's no plumbing, there's no electricity. So that means I can't train them because I didn't receive any funding from nowhere. I applied also now for the TTF fund, which I said to them while the minister was here of tourism, when she came in 2020. I said to her, the COVID pandemic that we have here, the Northern Cape is open. That means I can do we do scanning and we do blood circulation and we do laser treatment. So that means we can reverse the symptoms of COVID. We can also heal it. And that is products that people can use at home. So we can see into the products. We can even support the Department of Health. So that is my need that I want to support the Department of the Health. So the ladies, the president really needs you. Women, the president needs you. They need your prayers. The parliament needs us because the SMMEs is so much important that we as the group of women in tourism and the other organizations, even the women in construction, that we get together, train our youth, our ladies, and because praying women, I'm telling you, a woman will always have an idea. They will always can support. The president and the premier can't do it without us.
Thank you very much.
We need to support and help them. And the thing is, there's also for the funding. It is so important that we as groups, listen, we as groups in the Women in Tourism, which is the organization.
Thank you very much.
Take the responsibility.
Time is up.
we can take the responsibility to mentor our young people, because they say the people are lazy. But if we as organizations mentor them and say to them, this is how you have to handle the money.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Because the 200,000 rand which I receive from economic development, every cent I actually can prove that I use it, and this is what we need. Thank you very much.
Hiya, Dankie. Let us listen now. Oh, we have finished all the sectors now. What we want to do now, just listen. We've got 4 municipal areas in ZFM. So we want, from each and every municipal area, we want 3 people to say something. We want 3 from Keigarib. We want 3 from David Kruiper. We want 3 from Gatelopili. And we want 3 from Tsantabane. And then 3 from Kais. Is that right? Now can we stick to the arrangement? Can we have the 3 of David Kruiper? Can we have 3 people of David Kruiper? Only 3. David Kruiper. David Kruiper Municipality. Only 3 people. No. Okay, yeah, just wait. We want 3 people from David Kruiper. Just go back. Yeah, no, it's fine. You will get an opportunity. It's fine. Just stand back. It's fine. Just wait. Stand back. Just stand back.
Can we, colleagues, just 1 second. Sorry.
Okay.
Net 'n oombliekie. Okay, sister, net 'n oombliekie. Kom ons beweeg net bietjie terug asseblief. Dan gaan ons orde kry. Net bietjie terug, dankie. Net nog bietjie terug. As ons nie terug beweeg nie, gaan dan net so bietjie terug asseblief. Baie dankie.
All right, David Kruiper. Where are the 3 of David Kruiper? 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. No, you will get another chance. Just wait. Meneer, jy sal weer 'n kans kry. Ja, no, wait. No. Mense, kan ons net orde hê? Ons gaan weer vir u 'n geleentheid gee. Ons begin met 3. Wag net. Ons soek 3 mense van David Kruiper. Laat die ander staan. Ons sal weer anders gee. Wag net. Okay, these are the 3. Right. Just wait. Okay. Can the first one start? Julle sal praat juffrou. Dis net gedink. Okay. Okay, you can speak. Praat maar.
Goeiemiddag, achtbare president. Dit is vir my 'n baie voorreg om in u midde te wees. Dit is vir my 'n voorreg om in u midde te wees, president. Ek is Katrina Jobson.
Sister.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Can everybody go and sit down? Can everybody go and sit down? Go and sit down. Go and sit down, everybody. Yeah, everyone must go and sit down.
1, 2. Kom ons gaan neem
Let's go and sit down. All of you go and sit down. All of you go and sit down. Everybody go and sit down. Go and sit down. We are not going to proceed until you sit down. Go and sit down, everybody. Go and sit down. We are not going to proceed. Go and sit down. Everybody go and take their seat. Because we have not called you in any way. You came on your own. Go and sit down. Everyone go and sit down. Can we request, where are the speakers of the municipalities? Where are the speakers of the municipalities? Because we have agreed with them that they must manage the speaking people. Speakers of the municipalities, where are you? David Kreper, where is the speaker? Where is the speaker? David Kreper. We want the local municipality speakers. Can you sit down, everybody? Can we have those who want to speak from David Kreppel raising their hands? No, raise your hands. From David Kreppel Municipality, raise your hands. Raise your hands. Everybody that is here must go and sit down. I don't know what is this movement here. Speaker, can we make sure everybody that is not supposed to be here leave this area? Can we leave this area? Everybody that's supposed to be here, can you go and sit down? Go and sit down. Okay, I'll hand over to you, MEC. We'll take 4 from no, we'll take 4 from David Kreper. No, you don't stand up. If you don't stand there, we're not going to recognize you. If you stand up, we said raise your hands, not stand with your feet. Raise your hands. If you are standing, we're not going to recognize you. Proceed.
Okay, just raise your hand. Where you are sitting, just sit there and raise your hand. I will recognize you. Leg net your hand up, it's going to be your geleentheid here. Can we go with the mic to the person that I'm pointing? Can you go to the person? There's number 1. Just look at me. Can you go? There's number 1. Can you go to her? That one is number 1. And I want to spread it as far as possible. There's number 2, the lady with the white. And then we've got number 3. I'm coming that side. Number 3 is the guy with the white cap. It's number 3. And then we come this side. Number 4. And then also, groot man, daar met die blauw overal, number 5, with the specs. Those are the 5 from David Kreper. In that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you can start. Can we just assess the roving mics? There's no sound. Okay.
Goedemiddag, achtbare president. Ik is Katrina Jobson van wijk 10. Actually, beter bekend als Ausketi. President, ik denk ik kom zo terug na een paar jaar waar die hospitaal opgemaakt het. Ik doe aanzoek bij die hospitaal. Samen met mijn chairperson dat jaar van die wijk. En dat komt toe uit dat de chairperson van mij zei dat Ek is onsuksesvol. Ek het net matriek. Ek het nie verder biblioteek wat miljoene rande ingesit is. Ons word daar aangestel as EPWP werkers. Ek werk daar, president, 2019, 1 Desember kry ek 'n kontrak vir 4 maande. Die 4 maande het gegaan, ek kry nie 'n salarisie. Ek vra die HOD, wat gebeur hier? Daar's nie antwoorde nie. Ek gaan terug na my leierskap en ek rapporteer dit. Dit het aangegaan. Ek het 4 maande so te sê verniet gewerk, maar ek is 'n moeder wat 'n huis het. Na die 4 maande kom kry ek 'n nuwe kontrak wat sê ek is nou 'n jaar aan diens. Vir die jaar het ek gewerk, 3 maande werk, dan sukkel ek kry nie salarisie, dan kom die geld na 3 maande, dan kry ek dit vir die 3 maande wat ek gewerk het. Die 4 maande is nog nie gebetaal nie. Ek het gewerk vir die jaar, ons kontrakte word hernie, ons kry 'n tweede kans. Die 31ste Maart die jaar hoor ons kontrakte maak nou klaar. Nou ek vra maar net, ek is nou al so groot, ek gaan ook nou na my 50s toe. Wanneer sal ek daar ook nou 'n permanente werk kry? Alles dit ook net vloere skrob of papiere optel in David Kruiper gebied. Want ek kan ook nie meer nie. Hulle sê, ons raak ouer nie jonger nie. Nou môre word dit mis vir my gesê, ek kan jou nie meer aanstel nie, want jy's te oud. So ek wil nou weet, president, wanneer kry ek die geleentheid om ook 'n persaalnommer te kan hê? Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. Kan ons as nommer 2, kan ons net ons vrae beperk tot 2 vrae asseblief? Kan ons net ons insette beperk tot 2 vrae? Baie dankie.
Ek is Nthabiseng Nyani, coördinator van Nation Against Gender-Based Violence. Ons is die enigste geregistreerde NPO.
Nthabiseng, we don't hear you.
Thank you. Ek is Nthabiseng Nyani. Okay, pay the month. Okay, thank you. So, okay. Ek is Nthabiseng Nyani, coördinator van Nation Against Gender-Based Violence. Ons is die enigste geregistreerde NPO in die David Kruiper Municipality. Mr. President, ons sukkel om office space te kry. Ons het al 50 briewe geskryf. Op die oomblik operate ons van my huis af. As ons kliënte sien dat my kind uitgaan, is ook 'n gevaar vir haar buite. Ons sukkel om funding te kry. Die mayor ken my, die executive mayor ken my, executive mayor help nou en dan met toiletries en klein goedjies. Ons sukkel met maatskaplike werkers. Na uur is daar die maatskaplike werkers beskikbaar, want hulle val 4 uur uit. Na weke kry jy totaal nie 'n maatskaplike werker nie, want hulle is nie aan diens, hulle werk oor tyd nie. So Mr. President, GBV het immers as 'n second pandemic verklaar op nasionale TV. Maar ons is die enigste geregistreerde NPO in die ZFM, Mgcawu streek, maar ons het niks vir die afgelope 2 jaar nie. So moet ons aangaan om die gemeenskap te help sonder niks, want ons is ook werkloos. Die NPO se account het al toegemaak, want ons het elke maand R100 inbetaal, want daar is die funding wat ons van nergens afkry nie. Municipaliteit werkers kom ook na ons toe met hulle probleme, but funding, office space as 'n struggle. So ek plead vir die gemeenskap, nie vir my persoonlik nie. Asseblief, office space and funding for the NPO, Nation Against Gender-Based Violence.
Baie dankie.
Ek is Reinhold Brandt. Ek wil net die president bedank vir sy koms hier by ons, om ons te kom besoek in die kabinet. My pleidooi vandag wil ek die president vra Ons het in 2009 het ons 'n plaas te gekry. En van 2009 het ons nog geen hulp van die regering afgekry nie. Niks, geen hulp nie. Ons het al verskeie kere met die sektore gepraat van rural development, land reform. En niemand help ons nie. So wat jy kry 'n plaas, jy kry niks, geen hulp nie van die staat af. En dit was 'n grondeis wat in 1957 van die Maalondernemers en ons het hom ingesit in na 1994. En dit was suksesvol afgegee ons die plaas. So ek vra omdat die minister van Rural Development en Land Reform hier vandag hier is, vra ek die president om vir ons te help asseblief.
To assist us with the fund. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now on this side. Can we come this side? Okay, yes. There's this one, and then that. Okay. Here's the next one.
Goeiemôre president met jou hele kabinet. Ngifuna ukuthi tata ngumntanakho ndisemncinci. Oyigama lami ndinguNatasha Mbovana. I'm a CHW, community healthcare worker. And we have been doing this job. Others from Afrikaans. Van ons is al in hulle se 50, van ons is al in ons 40, van ons is al by aftree. Ons word nog vertel van die resolution of 2018. En word het toe sê DHO, single parents. Ons serve die gemeenskap. Nou het ek constantly headaches. By die werk, ons in charge het 'n probleem van 'n hospitaal in.
Dankie. Ek groet die president, premier en die kabinet in die mooi naam van die Here. My naam is leraar Jacobus Lou. Amen. 2018 verloor ek my werk by Dairy Milk en ek gaan na David Kruiper toe gaan gooi my CV in. En terwyl ek my CV ingooi, besluit ek nee maar die Here sal die deur van my oopmaak. Ek is 'n man wat nie rook en drink nie. Maar 2 weke gaan verby, ek gaan terug, ek gaan doen navraag. Een van my vriende sê vir my, nee wat, Loutjie, dit is, as ons kom by die tax shops, en ons kom vir belangrike items om te koop, dan hoor ons, nee, die eienaar gaan nou kom, hy is gauw besig met iemand. En as die eienaar uitkom, dan kom hy met die tik, of hy kom met die okkerpijp kole, of hy kom met die geure van die okkerpijp. En hy wat belangrike ding koop, soos koffie en suiker, moet nou eers wag. Jy moet nou terugstaan, dat hierdie man nou eers klaar gebehandel word. Julle moet asseblief ons kyk na hierdie tax shops in Upington. Baie dankie. En die tweede, die laaste punt is my ou mense. As ek by die ou mense kom, ek kry ek baie seer van, dit is die mense wat altyd in 'n besigheidplek moet terugstaan.
I thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kutsia. I'm from Kakamas. The issues I want to talk about is the Kakamas Water Users Association. I did have an engagement with the Premier, Dr. Somani Soul, at my house. So we discussed the issues. We were 20 dismissed employees.
Sorry. Can you
need valley? Lots of information, but nobody's doing anything. I've been knocking too many doors. Dicala President, I am knocking on your door today. Dicala undive. Let my mother's history not go here. Let my children also know what my mother strive for. It's fine if I'm hungry today, but let them eat fruit is kamakhulu wabo. Enkosi.
Dat is die laatste persoon van Keigarib, nummer 5.
Well, okay.
Baie dankie. Luister mensen, al die andere mensen, wat nou niet kans krijgen, daar is de tafel op je linkerkant. Je kan jouw zakken daar gaan afgeven. Je kan jouw complaints daar bij die tafel gaan afgeven. Baie dankie. Kan niet praten, juffrouw.
Goedemiddag allemaal, achtbare president en premier. Ik is Leni Kutsia en ik wil vandaag wil ek 'n lansie breek en 'n pleidooi rig vir ons plaaswerkers. Ek weet nie hoeveel plaaswerkers is vandag hier nie, maar hulle is ook die mense wat kos op ons tafel sit, want hulle werk op die landerye by die kommersiële boere. En dit is ook hulle wat altyd aan die kortste end trek. Dit is die vroue wat seisonale werk doen gedurende die oestyd. Dan het hulle net 'n inkomste vir 3 maande. En dan is hulle afhanklik van hulle se kindertoelaag. So die pleidooi wat ons vanmiddag wil rig, is dat ons plaaswerkers werk hulle lewe lank op die plase. En as hulle oud is, hulle is sieklik, dan word hulle van die plase afgesit. Dan moet hulle gaan bly in 'n sinkhuis. Dan moet hulle gaan bly in 'n shanty. Maar hy sy lewe lank het hy gewerk vir die kommersiële boer. En dan is daar nie eers 'n vergoeding vir daai plaaswerker nie. Dit is ons ouers wat gewerk het en dan kom hulle se kinders en hulle se kinders. Met ander woorde, die siklus gaan aan. En ek werk vir die organisasie Women on Farms Project. En ek wil vandag vra, president en premier, kan ons nie vir ons seisonale werkers ten minste 'n income grant gee, dat hulle nie gedurende die tyd wat hulle nie werk nie, dat hulle moet so swaar kry. Women on Farms support die 350, die COVID fund het ons mense baie gehelp. Maar nou is daar nie meer vir hulle 'n inkomste nie, so hulle kry van vooraf swaar. Wat ons ook vra is, gee vir hulle 1 woman, 1 hectare, dat hulle grond het om hulle eie groente te verbou, want dit sal maak dat hulle nie meer honger kry nie. Die laaste, maar nie die minste nie. Asseblief, ons agbare premier en president, laat ons plaaswerkers, hulle kom uit Kuruman uit, hulle kom uit verskillende provinsies uit, maar ek kan vir u vandag sê, dat wanneer hulle hier kom om te kom werk, dan word hulle se dignity aangetast, want hulle moet in compounds gaan bly, waar hulle 7, 10, 11, 12 in 1 kamer slaap. Laat ons na daardie goed kyk. Hulle kom vir 'n inkomste, maar dan word hulle se dignity totally afgebreek. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Mense, ons beweeg nou na Tsansabane toe. Ons beweeg nou na die mense van Tsansabane toe. Ek herhaal weer ons WhatsApp-lyn. Mense wat hulle se issues wil op die WhatsApp deurgee, ons WhatsApp-lyn is oop. 064 887 5050 is our WhatsApp line where you can report your issues. Tsansabane 1 2. Tsansabane 1 2. 3 4 5. Right. Those are the 5. Okay. Baie dankie, ons kan begin.
Nou, all the pro as observe. Aan die president, ons is bly dat ons u kan ontvang in die Noord-Kaap. Gister was u voor die deur, maar net nie in die huisie. En Tsansabanse mense sê, ek moet aan u die boodskap gee. Ons verwag vir u in Tsansaban. My eerste punt is, laasweek in Saterdag het ons 'n geweldige accident gehad, waar die drankdealer die jongman aan die kar gesleep het en wil opgehang het. En ons het na die drankdealer se huis toe gegaan en ons het vir hom gesê, vandag pak jou goed en trek verreg. Meneer die president, ons in Posmasburg, die polisie, is op die payroll van die drankdealer. As ons hulp wil hê, dan moet ons in Postmasburg hierdie gemeenskap Sondag besluit. Ons gaan Postmasburg se polisiestasie gaan ons afblok, ons gaan sy deur toesluit. Meneer die president in Postmasburg het ons nie 'n hospitaal nie. Ons hospitaal lê plat. Ons het nie 'n ambulansie. Meneer die president, ons in Postmasburg, ons face net corruption. Korrupte amptenare is daar. Die sonpanele wat iets gister was, hulle doen niks te hoor die gemeenskap. 40 myne rondom en binne Postmasburg. Geen samenwerking in Postmasburg. Die ou president meneer Nelson Mandela se visie was better life for all. Daar in Postmasburg bly die mense in shanties. Die rykes bly in huise. Die rykes kry die RTP grond en daarop bou hulle teildakhuise. En die man wat sit in poverty kan nie eers 'n shanty oprig nie, want hy sit in poverty. Meneer die president, kyk tog na corruption in die land. Better life for all.
Thank you. Better life for all. Thank you very much. A better life for all. Thank you very much. Number 2. Tsansabane number 2. Tsansabane number 2.
I greet the president and the cabinet. I'm very emotional. I want to start with, I let people chased away from municipality. I only know of one person, but it's painful.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
If I'm killed, you will remember.
Just wait. Just wait. We said we are giving to the people of Tsansabane. Papa Lelo is in David Kraper. We'll come back to you, ma'am. We'll come back to you. Can we just finish Tsansabane? Can we just finish Tsansabane? We'll come back to you. Come, Tsansabane.
Sale ke le volunteer la ANC ke na le 16 years. No yana ke tsama ke mo di jare ke mo ke tsama mo di 40C. Ha ke bereke. Ke bereka CWP ke pe ya 800 rand ke na le go gaka ke na le bana. Ke one mereko o re o kreyang ya ka di volunteer tsa ANC. Ke dula ko gurun batere ga rena ditsela. Ga rena re sokola ka metsi. Sekolo sa rona sa wela se ha pula dinele. So ga re itse gore re itseela ka letsatsi la di vote. Ha go voting ke gone re itseweng ko gurun batere. Ha go dimo ga mowa ke rona re dirang gore what no yana re tswa what 3 re wela ka demarcation re be re ya what 1 ke rona re dirang gore altate what ya rona di e kreye di vote ka lebaka la Groenwater maar ga re tselwe tlhogong ra go tsela tlhogong gap ka di vote ha di vote di semana go het ga go nopo o wariyang gore go diragalang ka Groenwater. So presidente le mafapa a teng ano ha ke ne ke kopa gore re tsele tlhogong tsontse lo re tsela tlhogong ka letsatsi la di vote le sa go re tsela tlhogong ha go na le sengwe lo batla gore re taboge come 2024 ke sho gore councilor o tla go pagama ke eno tla ya go itirelang di door to door go Groenwater. Thank you.
Thank you, man. This side. Yeah, number. Yeah. Thank you, ma.
Goeiemiddag allemaal communities van verschillende districten. Ik groet die president, die ministers, die speakers, die meiers en allemaal wat die in onze teenwoordigheid is. Ik is Amanda Morebudi, ik is van Tsansabani. In Tsansabani, als vrouwen zitten ons met een groot probleem, als een dilemma. Behuizing is, ons het die behuizing nie, van ons allemaal bly in shanties en ons paaie is baie lelijk. En selfs toilets, ons gebruik nog steeds die buckets, die emmers, wat ons gebruik om te gaan gooi en sit uit buite. So asseblief die president, minister van behuizing, kyk na ons in Tsansabani. En dan is het ons geen RDP-huise. RDP-huise was nog gebouw, nog in die 90s. In die 2000s, in die millennium, het ons nooit huise gekry nie. En dan is het die werkskepping. Ek hoor allemaal praat van die myne, wel genoeg Bosmansburg, het die meeste myne in die Noordkap. Bosmansburg se jeug sit sonder werke, wat baie verkeerd is. As gevolg van dit, asseblief die president, laat ons se kinders met kaartbokste. Die vensters is toegemaak met kaartbokste. Ons kliniek dieselfde. Die suster punt is. Die polisiestasie is reeds al daarvan gepraat, maar ek het dit op geskryf. Onze polisiestasie beteken niks vir ons in Bosmansburg. Hy moet toegemaak word. Dan gaan ons as die gemeenskap van Bosmansburg onze eie battles fight. As die polisie nie vir ons kan ondersteun nie, hoekom moet daar 'n polisiestasie is? As die pops van Kimberley, Upington of Bloemfontein moet kom om Bosmansburg se polisie te gaan assist.
Ke na Betty Picho go tswa Postmansburg. Betty Picho, Wanseba. Ya no, ke tla go bua Setswana ka gone. Go na le bagolo ba ba sa tlhaloganyeng English of Afrikaans. Ba ga tsona maemo a ka ke le teng ha. ANC ke rata tota. I'm active mo ANC. I'm very strong ANC. Ga ke batla ANC wa ba ga tsho ANC ya rona yawa. Yawa ANC ya rona ke ne kopa tsolanka president le premier ba le teng. Ba ga tsho bua le ma ANC. Ba emise ANC ka gone ANC e ule. Mo South Africa ya rona. En gape se teng bana ba rona ba ba tlhokang tiro. Bana ba rona ba di volunteer na ke hot committee. Na wa bona ke tshwetse jang mara ke ba ke ANC wela hatsi. Di hot committee tse di tla wela hatsi. Di khoti bana ba rona ba tla dula ba sa volunteer. Ba gatso ANC tle go wa. Mo South Africa ikano. Ba gatso nna ke ne kopa presidente ka re bereka mo fluru re sebetse bana ba rona le bone ba kry mmereko o siameng. Bana ba rona ba dusi ba dirisa di drugs re be blame bana ka gone bana bone ga ba kry opportunity kae le nna ke batla opportunity president ke batla opportunity ke na le 63 marna ke batla opportunity ya go tswa 1994 ke direla ANC and 90 ke wela hatsi ke digela ANC hatsi president gompieno re ntse di tlagte mo go wena go bane o na le sekhuku ka kakaretso ya le hatsi se re kukwetseng gore le wena o ne motlotlo jane ko re tla go diga mara gantsi tla re go diga di volunteer ba gaetso ba ne mmereko gore bana ba ele mo bitse obstan le bone ba bereke ba tlhokomele di councilor tsa bone ba tlhokomele di mayor tsa bone na se teng ke batla le ya ka ya bohelo president ke ne kopa gore di volunteer di tselo tlhogo bana ba ba bereka mo tsatsi.
Thank you, ma. Thank you very much. The last one from Tsansabane, mother with the is the last one from Tsansabane, and we'll go to Thais. We'll go to Taste. We are going to Taste.
She's not staying in Tanzania.
Santabane. Santabane, the last one. Last one from Santabane.
Hello allemaal. Regina Isaacs van Tansabani, Bosensburg. Mr. President, ek het nie baie om te sê nie. Maar as ek nou praat van Tansabani, wil ek nie reg uitreik nie. Ons volunteer door to door every day. Maar as dit kom by werkskepping, dan kry ons EPWP, wat net vir 3 maande is. En after 3 months, ons sit weer, vir elke 5 jaar bly ons net EPWP. Ons het kinders, en by die myne het ons 'n probleem, want education, ons is ouers wat hoor die 35 jaar is, maar as jy hoor die myne praat van is, van 18 tot 35, jy kan nie apply en jy nie kwalifikasies het nie, maar ons het hande wat ons kan voorwerk. Dat is die tweede punt. Derde punt, ek bly in Tansabani, Maranteng. Maranteng het ons 'n groot probleem. Die plek is geontwikkel, hy was die eerste plek in Bosensburg. Toe word dit vir Postdien, Newtown, Pichok gemaak. Maar as ons sien, hoe lyk Maranteng? Ons sit tussen neppies, ons vullis word nie opgetel nie. Ons het 'n waterkrisis wat ons groot mense nie eens water kry nie. Ons lokasie is so, Municipality se werkers tel nie ons vullisse op nie. Even Municipality se werkers is elke dag dronk by die werk, waarvan ons goed te sien. En ons as volunteers moet elke tydjie uitgaan na die gemeenskap toe om te sê, vout vir ANC vir 'n beter lewe. Dan kry ons die vullis in ons gesigte waarvan groot mense ons met die neppies gooi. Ons het nie 'n straat in Maranteng nie, ons het nie straatname nie, ons het niks in Maranteng nie. Ons lewe is heel agteruit. As ek dink wat vir jaar het ons nog 'n community meeting gehad. Ons het eens meetings in Maranteng waar ons kan die kanselaars of die meier sê, wat is ons probleme in Maranteng? So ek as 'n branchleader, ons branchleaders, by die top 5 van die branches, word nie eens gerecogniseer. Dat is die tweede probleem wat ons het. Ons kan nie in Pansburg voorbij, dat ons niks sien. Ek het 'n kind op college, hy het nie eens 'n stappunt wat hy kry by die college. Ek het al gevra vir 'n regte werk. Dan word ek gesê, omdat ek nie kwalifikasies het, ek kan ek nie werk kry nie. Mr. President, ek wil graag hê, ons moet nie net hier draai nie. Ek wil graag hê, jy moet Bosensburg toe kom. En vir Bosensburg kom sien hoe lyk ons plek. Ons plek is uit mekaar uit. Daar's groot mense wat in shanties bly, wat lek. Ek het elke dag moet ek tussen mense, ons het sotsies. Daar's RDP's huise, waarvan sotsies in bly, waar die groot mense gesterf het van my huis.
Baie dankie, sister.
Ons het
Baie dankie. Baie dankie. Right. We are now in Case Municipality. Number 1 come. There's number 1 case. Grobler's Hoop case. There's number 1 case. Abantu abahlala Grobler's Hoop. Okay, there's number 1. Just stand there. Number 2, case. Number 3, there the check, case. Number 4, anyone from Grobler's Hoop area, case. Number 5, okay, in that order, only those 5. Thank you very much.
All protocol observed. The Premier, Mr. President, I'm Elaine Nicolette Krotz. I think the President know me, and the Premier know me very well, and all of the cabinet, the MECs and everyone. I'm coming from Wegdraai, Mr. President, a small rural area in the Case sub-region. My first point I want to complain about is health. All of the facilities, we don't have vehicles there. We are using 1 ambulance. Our people is dying here. Our police station use 1 bakkie for all the complaints in this area. And my second problem is, Mr. President, Our children goes to universities, then come back, and then they sit at home. Because when they're applying for jobs, they want experience. Where will they get experience? Your age restriction is 35. We don't get work. At 35, we still don't have work. Me, I get my first work at 32. We people in the schema, we're suffering. We don't have skills. We have the solar panels there. But first of all, you employ people from other provinces to come and work there. My main problem, Mr. Premier, is our municipality. It's going downstairs day by day. Day by day, there's no service delivery. What is the problem, Mr. President, that you can't put that municipality under administration? And then I come to me, myself, and I'm the ANC. I breathe ANC. For 42 years, I'm a volunteer of the ANC. And I just stay a volunteer of the ANC. I mark myself till I die. A member of the ANC. I want you to take me serious and take me into your cabinet. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There's number 2. There's number 2.
Bendizocela utata upresident akasijongele torho hey tata kunzima eSouth Africa tata kunzima tata kuthiwa siki freedom kodwa nje okay
hello igama lakho sisi please
uthela kufundisa mpande tata thethayo tata bendizocela kuwe tata especially kule nto yomsebenzi hey sibethwa kule nto xa kuphuma ipost tata kuthiwe 18 to 35 and kule 1835 tata iyabetha kakhulu ebantwini because after 35 years abantu bazawusebenza phi ta bazawusebenza phi where they must apply it after 35 because there is no job after 35. So siyacela tata khayijonge because naseparlament sithi xa sijonga sifumaniseka kukho abantu abana-60 tata but bayakwazi ungena eparlament. How come abantu bangakwazi uapply after 35? So siyacela tata siyacela khasijongele tata khawujonge tata ndiphinde tata ndize kule nto tata yesibini izindlu tata sicela isibhedlele tata torho noba ningajonga in between iGroblersdorp ne-Grootdrink sine-challenge enkulu sine-ambulance eyi-1 eGroblersdorp which is isupplya zonke ezandawo oma-Grootdrink oma-Boegoebergie oma-Wegdraai oma-Opwag. So xa ndine-call ndiyokwenza i-call maybe Upington because she drive 120 kilos because between this town there is no hospital. So ndiyacela tata torho khanijongeni nalapho torho noba ningasisa kwi-center isibhedlele and ndicela neclinic yethu tata ikude for abantu tata ikude kakhulu abantu abanazimali for itaxi abantu abanazitransport tata iclinic yethu isegqibeleni yetown in Groblersdorp and ilokishi yethu is very far from Elentuken. So abantu bayasafara tata kakhulu abantu abadala and iGroblersdorp yindawo esokolekayo kuyasolekeleka kakhulu pata. So ndiyacela torho tata khanisijongele nalapho tata. And in a ambulance, in the end, why is there shortage of ambulance? Because there's shortage of sebenzi. This driver day and night, 120. So can you join in to
Enkosi sisi fundiswa. Here's the next one. Those are the last 2 from case. Those are the last 2 from case.
Goeiemiddag aan almal, die president en sy medelede. Ek is Bianca Goliath van Wegdraai. Ek is nie seker of die dierbare ken waar Wegdraai is, maar ja. Bianca Goliath.
Bianca.
Ja. Nou, let okay. Well, okay, ja, waar ik eigenlijk wil beginnen is onze jeugd aan die weg draaien. Wat ik nou vir julle kan sê is, onze jeugd, nie een van onze jeugd het al vooruit gegaan in alles wat hulle al gedoen het, of wat hulle al gegaan leer het nie. Want die opportunities, soos ek maak 'n voorbeeld van die college hier in Upington. Ons kom van ver af, en wil ons kom aansoek doen om by colleges in te kom, maar word ons ook nie regtig gehelp nie. Maar ja, ons word nie regtig gehelp nie. En in wegdraai, onze jeug is, das baie. Onze jeug lek, as klomp probleme nie, in wegdraai in. Ek wil eintlik net sê, in wegdraai is probleme nie. In elke plek in, daar is baie probleme. Maar ek wil regtig net die president vra, om net onze jeug te help in wegdraai. En te kom sien, onze dienslewering is baie swak, especially van thuis af. Mensen naam nie. Maar ja,
baie dankie, sister. Ons verstaan. Baie dankie.
Okay, ons vra net, alles is net soos 'n ambagskool of net iets, of net vir ons. Ja, dankie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got our last person from Case. We've got the last one from Case. Head to the blue. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Richard Jano Opperman from the Case Municipality District in Ward 2. I got a request and I got a complaint. Our request, I've already gave my name. It is Richard Jano Opperman.
Richard.
My pardon. And it's also a privilege, Mr. Premier, to see you for the first time and have the opportunity, accompanied with the entire cabinet that is present. I got a request which is related to what's renewable energy, to challenge our complaints which we are having generally, not only just domestically and provincially, but nationally, which is unemployment. I am fully aware that there is community trust funds, not only just in the solar environment, but also in the mineral sectors. And it's very disappointed to hear that Postmasburg is experiencing that. And I am also fully aware that the social challenges which we are having, Minister from the Department of Police, Mr. Honorable, Mr. Becky, it's true. We experience it also in Case Municipality that the Department of SAP is working with those foreigners and selling drugs towards our young children, which is the future. And climate change is a real challenge outside there. But it is also opportunities for our people that is working those programs, which is social economical development programs, because we are small, medium enterprises, and our projects are always going out to the other 8 provinces of the Republic of South Africa, and then they work with a currency bill which Nelson Mandela's face is on, away from our province, and it hurts.
Thank you very much.
Our heart and
Thank
our
you
soul.
very much. Baie dankie, Kiani Boga. There's the last one. Here's the last one.
Goeiedag, Mr. President. Dis Petrus oor in Keis. Petrus oor Keis. Eerste vraag is, Mr. President, wat bly 7 kilos aan die kant, 9 kilos aan die kant groter. En ek het met verlede jaar se verkiesing het ek my kop breek gedans, gedraf oor om ANC te wen en ek het. Nou vra ek asseblief president, ons het 'n pad wat moet gedoen word, 'n grondpad wat 3 keer per jaar geskrap word. En onze kinders ry daar op elke dag skool toe. As gevolg daarvan breek die taksies wat hulle skool toe ry. Nou vra ek asseblief kan die pad nie gedoen word nie. Dan kom ek nou, hier is ons pa, vader van die huis. Ons bly in riedhuise. Mense raak siek daardeur, die wind waai en baie mense sal dood deur daai riedhuise. So asseblief president, kyk na ons huisomgewings ook. En dan die laaste is, ons het ook erwe. Soos plase, onze diere is al weg. Daar is niks grond wat te kry om onze diere te bevorderen. Die mannen steel onze eie goed. So help ons daarmee ook verwyding. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. Ek dink ons het onze vraag gevra. Ek wil die mense aanmoedig. Die wat nog wil... Luister asseblief. Die mense wat nog vrae het, kom ons gebruik onze WhatsApp-lyn asseblief. Die ander mense kan naar die tafel toe gaan. Luister net. Ons sal nou eers 'n geleentheid gee, laat ons die vraag antwoord. Ons gaan weer terugkom met die ander vraag. Ek gee oor vir my collega, the Deputy Minister, to continue with the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Two. Yeah. 3 at the back. 4, 5 there. There, the corner there. Can you all come forward? Number 1 here. Number 1 was here. Number 1, come. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Program.
You raised 2 issues, 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Program Director, to acknowledging Katelopil as a sub-region part of this ZF Mgcawu district. My name is Jimmy Boysen. I'm residing in Katel. They operate. Our people become very ill because of air pollution, because of water decontamination, because of they bring people outside, crime is raiding up. We speak with employers to assist the communities via social labor plan. We see non-commitment of the companies when it comes to social labor plan. As organized labor, from where I'm coming from, we have pushed employer to a point where CCMA must intervene. And CCMA says to us that the issue of social labor plan, Mr. President, does not have a jurisdiction within CCMA. Remember, social labor plan, it comes with Section 10 of Mining Charter, where it deals about the granting and duration of a mining operation. To that process, there are commitments that are made between the mine bosses and the community that are surrounded there. Today, Mr. President, we need your advice to say that organized labor is bringing their part to the level of arbitration. And the CCMA says that its matter is out of their jurisdiction. So where do we have to take this matter? Remember, according to the mining charter, as a community that are around the mining, we're supposed to benefit 5%. We're supposed to get a 5% after every 5 years. And where we are coming from, those mines, 3 of them, 2 open cast and 1 underground, they have been operating more than 50 years of them. But we don't have the fruitful, something that we can see, yes, we are being treated as stakeholders here. So we are asking, Mr. President, where should we take this non-compliance of the companies in terms of social labor plan? The other issue is the issue of our ZF district.
we are situated just near Kuruman, only 68 kilometers to arrive in Kuruman. Kimberley is almost at 300 kilometers. Now where our district municipality is based is almost 600 to 700 kilometers. So we cannot access the office of a district easily. So we are saying, Mr. President, because our district is so far, we are requesting the possibility of relocating this office district to John Taulo.
Can you round up? 2 minutes is over.
We must fall from John Taulo because it's easier for us to walk there and bring our queries. Here is very difficult. We don't have money. It's too much kilos to come here. So we did write a letter to the Board of Demarcation. That matter is not being listened to.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Goedemiddag, Mr. President. Ik is Leslie en Fanny van Daniel Scale. Ik is vanmiddag hier om onze issues te adres van Daniel Scale. Ons het baie issues in Daniel Scale. Ik kan een boek schrijven over Daniel Scale's issues. Dat is baie daar en dat is hartverskeurend. Ons het 3 myne in Daniel Scale in. Ons het matrieks wat daar rondloop. Hulle verdrink in die drugs in. Want wanneer die poste uitkom, dan was daar is 'n Engelse woord wat sê 2 years experience. Waar gaan 'n matriekkind wat gister die matriek klaar gemaak het experience kry? As hy nie gehuur word, laat hy daai experience binnekant die company gaan kry nie. Dis waarom ons se jeug so vergaan. Die kleinste kind wat 10 jaar is ook al besig met drugs in Daniel Scale in. Die jeug het geen fasiliteite wat hulle mee kan besig hou nie, net om dronk te raak en drugs te gebruik. Ons het ook 'n probleem met ons ambulans. Ons moet eers Upington bel om 'n ambulans te kry. En wanneer 'n ambulans uitkom, dan het die mense al gesterf. Of jy hoor die ambulans is nie daar is die ambulansie. Ek wil vra Mr. President dat Daniel Scale sy eie call center kry. Laat ons bel of ons stap tot daar en sê ons kort ambulans. Ons het ook nie polisbakkies daar nie. Ons moet by Posman leen as ons nou 'n probleem het en ons soek die polisie. Ons huise word dagliks ingebreek terwille van die drugs. Elke huis in elke straat is daar 'n drugdealer. Ons jong mense verkoop hulle aan die inkomers, aan die Nigerians, om aan die lewe te bly omdat hulle nie werke kry nie. Ons skool, ons laerskool, daar is 42 kinders in 1 klas. Mr. President, ons vra asseblief dat Mr. President ons help dat ons nog 'n laerskool kry in Daniel Scale.
Last one.
Ons het ook 'n probleem aan behuising. By elke lokasie, soos dit daar in Daniel Scale is daar shanties. Daai shanties is onwettig. Die mense vat hulle gaan bou, hulle besluit, hulle gaan bou nou teen die stop. Dan gaan bou hulle shanty daar. Want ons kry nie weer RDP's in Daniel Scale nie. Ons kry ook nie weer grond waar ons kan ons shanties gaan bou nie. Nou plak die mense onwettig.
Thank you very much. Number 3. Number 3. Yeah, that one. Proceed, sis.
Mr. President, my name is Dinewa Ramil. Excuse me, Mr. President, can you look at me so that we can understand each other? Okay.
Proceed, sis. The president is looking at you. Proceed, the president is looking at you.
Okay, Mr. President, I've been struggling with one thing for the past 9 years. One thing, which is my identity papers for 9 years now.
Your name?
Dinewa Ramila. Okay, Mr. President, up at Home Affairs, I go and I even walk to Home Affairs with my friend. Every single day, they say they're gonna call. They've been calling for the past 9 years. I heard people saying there's no jobs and so on. I see opportunities, I see jobs, but this thing is stopping me from moving forward, which is my identity paper, because you cannot go anywhere without it. I'm not complaining with no jobs. I can see opportunities, I'll go. Identity papers, which is an ID document. I provided papers. They asked for mom's papers, my dad's papers. I provided everything I had, even though I don't know my mom and dad. It's no excuse. I know how to make a life for myself, but how can I make a life for myself if I don't have what I need? So please go to the Home Affairs and speak to them. And by the way, I'm not from Tlhabane or something. I'm from Papalelo, but I took this opportunity because I know no one will listen to me.
You are being very opportunistic. I'm Edson Sabane, number 3. Come in, number 3. Proceed, number 3. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Premier, Honorable President, and the rest of the cabinet. My name is Huitsione, surname is Moreki. I am born and bred of Katelopele in Daniel Scale from Takalatlo in Ward 1. It's a pity, President, that we came late and we are not given enough time to address heart-burning issues. The previous
Deal with those.
The previous speakers basically, apart from the lady from Pabalelo, has touched base on heart-burning issues. But let me start with this one, Honorable President. The unemployment rate of Tlhakalatlo, Katelopele, Daniel Scale as the municipality leaves a lot to desire, in a sense that whenever we have to face this, has led to alcohol abuse, drugs and alcohol abuse basically. In a sense that, you know, we are in a situation in Daniel Scale that we have resorted to drugs where now drugs becomes business for us as residents. So currently we sell drugs as residents now because of we see it as inspiral as possible, because of now is the easy way to make money. We have 3 mines surrounding us that has been there for the past, I don't know how long, because if I was born and bred there, I grew up seeing those mines there. What is the criteria of government to make sure that they can fund us as locals to buy in and have ownership within those mines? Because of it cannot be correct for us to have mines, whereas we only preach certain things. We want ownership of those mines. How can we be apart from being laborers? Because of laborers has been there for past years.
The last issue.
We have the issue of the 3 solar plants. It's a pity yesterday it was not up for questions. The issue of the solar plants there in Groenwater, we need a platform where we can discuss such platforms. You know, Honorable President, let me touch this. I'm not here to campaign for the ANC as a member of the ANC, but I need to bring this to the attention of the Premier and the Honorable President. If the ANC wants to win the upcoming elections locally, so it needs to do better. Why? Because of we've got leadership who are pursuing their own personal interest. Currently, we are in coalition partnership with a political party that pursues their interest and campaign with the effort of the ANC. And the cadre deployment has not been practiced to the latter. As we seated here, we have a challenge where the political party we are in coalition partnership with is doing their utmost best to see that the ANC will not win the upcoming elections.
Thank you very much.
And that note is being taken serious.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much. 2 minutes is gone. I've added even 30 seconds.
I thought it was 10 minutes, Honorable. I need more than that because of, remember the campaigning strategy of the ANC leaves a lot
it's
to
2
desire.
minutes. We're done, comrades. Let's get number 4.
We need to address this issue of the ANC in local government.
Yeah, let's get the
where
platform
we are
in the
not
ANC
taken
to address
serious.
that. Number 4.
The ANC is going to lose votes leadership if ever we don't address this matter.
Number 4.
They are not from Katelopele.
Number 4. 2 minutes, guys. You will follow those ones. No, there was one there with the at the back. Where is he? He didn't come this side. Katelopili. There was somebody there. Okay, no, he has disappeared. Can we get the last one? The last one, that side, is a volunteer. You will speak on their behalf, all of them. 2 minutes.
My name is Cassius Afrikaner. I'm from Keigarib.
I've requested Khatelo Pili. No, if there's none, then. No, thank you very much. If there's nobody from Khatelo Pili, then it means we're done. We'll then move to the next item. No, I'm done. I don't know which hands is this one. Because some of you have spoken, you want to speak again. You can't abuse the process. Can we agree that we'll now give an opportunity to our president? We'll hand over as the program directors to the president. The president will then drive the last process of ministers and MECs and mayors and everybody else to come to the floor and to respond. Honorable President.
Dankie dat ons neersit. Goeiedag. Sanbonani. Dumelang. Good afternoon. Absheni. Demasiari. Baie goed. Ek is baie bly om hier te wees. En ek is ook baie bly om die mense van die Noord-Kaap vandag te sien. Julle praat sommer so lekker. En 'n paar van julle word baie emotional and motivated. En 'n paar van julle as julle praat, julle dans ook. And some of you turn around and show us your back so that we can see. En baie van julle is baie mooi. Al die vroumense is baie mooi hier. Maar ek kan nie so sê vir die manne nie. Laat ek begin om dankie sê vir al die mense wat hier gestaan en gespreek. Ek wil ook dankie sê vir ons premier en die hele leierskap van hierdie provinsie. Ek wil ook baie dankie sê vir al die ministers en die adjunct ministers wat hier is. Our mayors who are here, our MECs who are also here, as well as our councillors. Our constitution says that we should not only be a government that is chosen by the people, maar ons moet 'n regering word wat kan luister, wat kan mooi luister. 'n Paar van julle het hier gestaan en gesê, president, kyk my in die oë. This overriding program of the government, dat ons moet baie mooi gaan luister. Wat onze mense sê, ons moet baie mooi luister. And as we listen, we may not provide answers to everything that has been identified. Ons het antwoorde, maar ons vind dat baie van ons mense have many ideas, many suggestions, en hulle het ook antwoorde. So daarom is dit belangrik vir ons om mooi te luister. Ukuthi size apha phakathi kwenu sizawunimamela. Sizofumana futhi nokuthi ningasicebisa kanjani na. Ngoba nani ninazo impendulo. Kodwa uhulumeni nguye ofanele ukuthi aninike impendulo kulobunzima eniphila phansi kwabo. Angithi kunjalo? Byanong ke tlo bitsa matona a sebetsang le nna ba ntse ba mametse sentle ele baya mooi geluister. The ministers and the adjunct ministers wat hier is, ek gaan hulle roep sodat hulle kan antwoord te gee hier en daar op 'n paar van al die dinges wat julle gesê het hier. Ons premier sal ook 'n kans kry om 'n paar van die dinge kan antwoord. Because as the leader of our government here, he is alive to many of the issues. What I can say is that yes, there are answers to many of the issues. Some of the answers can be applied immediately. Some will take time. For instance, a lady stood up here and said, the health workers in Gauteng are now being incorporated and now they are being made permanent. That is so in part only. Health workers around the country have been doing a fantastic during the COVID date, that we did a good job. And I want to thank you for that, because you are not the only one. Even many other people around the world, many countries, say South Africa, managed COVID extremely well. For the 2 years that COVID was present, we were amongst the better countries that managed COVID. We brought the deaths down and we were able to vaccinate a lot of people. You can give yourself a round of applause for that. Now, our health workers did a fantastic job during the period of COVID. Many of them worked long hours, and a number of them risked their lives, and some of them got sick, and some of them even passed away. Now, from a World Health Organization point of view, we need to bring more health workers into the health system so that we focus on primary health care. And health workers have shown that they can play a key role. Our major constraint has been our budgetary challenges. Budgetary challenges because the money that we should be deploying to bring in many more health workers has been limited. But we are beginning to see, as our economy is growing, that our revenues are going up a little, and the Minister of Finance will outline all that next week. And as the revenues grow, we will be able to do many more things. So that you know, we are one of those countries that spends more money on education, on health, and on social grants. We are one of those countries in the world that has done quite a lot to look after the welfare of our people. You heard our Premier saying, die Hälfte, amper die Hälfte van die mense wat hier in die Noord-Kaap bly are on social grants. They get social grants, and you don't get that in many countries where nearly half of your population is supported by the government for their livelihood. Is that enough? No, it's not enough, because the costs of living have gone up. Dit is baie duur nou om kos te koop. Dit is baie duur nou om petrol te koop. Elke ding gaan op al die tyd. So we need to do more. But I would like to appreciate the manner in which many of you, and we counted up to 55 people came to ask questions here. In other Imbizos, we only go up to 30. Now here, we've had 55 people who have come to ask questions, and ons kan nie almal praat nie. Ons weet dit, ons kan nie almal praat nie, maar ons het 55 mense wat hier opgestaan het and asked questions. And now we appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that this is one of the best Imbizos that we have had in our Imbizo program. We more or less started on time, and we've done very well in allowing people to come forward and put their questions. I am now going to ask our various ministers who would have listened very carefully on a variety of issues. For instance, I'd like the Minister of Police to come forward, because a number of people spoke about crime. There's a lot of crime here, so that Minister Cele can outline precisely what our approach is on crime. One of my sisters who stood up to speak here said they are now wanting to go and close down a police station because you are unhappy with the way the police station is responding to this issue of crime. And also, many of you have raised the problem of drugs, that there are many people who are selling drugs and many people who are on drugs, who smoke drugs, particularly young people. Just so that he can just give a few issues here and how our police service is also focusing on those key challenges. So Minister Cele will come forward, and thereafter I'll ask another minister who will, where is Minister Cele? Oh, here he is. Come forward, Minister Cele.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thought there would be not many questions here on crime. When I spoke to Premier said crime is in Kuruman. So I didn't know that there is also crime. Mr. President, we brought the acting national commissioner, because national commissioner has attended the Interpol General Assembly in India. But the deputy national commissioner that is here is responsible for policing. Policing means all police stations in the Republic of South Africa. All vans you see on the road. All police that you see on the uniform, including specialized forces. So all these complaints, Mr. President, did not come to me. They went to the head of the policing. But we agree that there are specific issues that were raised. Drugs. There is a member of the community said their community is selling drugs. I will definitely visit them and see how they sell drugs. Because he stood here, I took his name, and he said they sell drugs as a community. So I'll definitely visit them and buy some drugs from them. It can't be allowed, no matter what circumstances could be, for such things to happen. But we do need to be part of them and assist them on that matter. Therefore, Mr. President, as usually has done on the police, we do make follow-ups on this one. So this place was explained as a vast area. Maybe together with the municipality and the provincial government, we'll see which place will be central for us to come and speak back on those matters. But before even we come back, there is this police station. Everybody speaks about is a postman's bag. Looks like everybody speaks about. As from Monday, acting national commissioner, or provincial commissioner will have to be there before Wednesday. By the time we come back here, she should have given us a report, because they raised the issue of cars and they raised the issue of personnel and they threatened to close the station down. I want to promise them, when they close the station down, I'll keep them inside and they close the station with them inside. So, the best thing not to do is not to close, is for us to work together to make sure that that station works. One thing that is a shortage there are cars. Acting National Commissioner, as we go there, finally party imoto, because we should know how many cars are down. But Mr. President, in terms of the personnel, we don't have the personnel until December 15, when we'll be releasing 10,000 police from the colleges. Those 10,000 is not for Northern Cape, it's for the Republic of South Africa. But you'll get your portion. So personnel, December. Cars, 2 weeks to come, you will find those cars. Not everything that will come and agree with. It was not raised here, Mr. President. There is a place called Louis Villa. Yeah, that one. So they are requesting that we remove the mobile station and we build the rail station. I'm glad that Ma Dilile is here. We'll work together to go and put some examination and find out when can we move there. But there are things that we agree to do to work on building that police station, but there are things that we can't agree with. For instance, you say it should be only your children that work in that police station. It cannot be. Police members are children of the Republic of South Africa. So, indeed, they must get their portion. But it does not follow that if you come from this place, you will come back here, will be deployed anywhere in the Republic of South Africa. But it's important that you get adequate police. And then you said we shouldn't check your children if they don't have criminal records. We can't do that, Emaphoyiseni. We can't agree on that. We'll have to check. There are 6 things that we'll have to do if we are going to be member of the Republic of South Africa. Mr. President, the last point is the point you raised. The management of the police is here. We take South Africans between 18 and 30, not even 35, because you need to be jumpy, you need to be healthy, you need to run, but President talks about up to 35. We may come back to look at that, Mr. President, as it becomes the policy of the country. If you are a member of the South African police, you retire at 60. If we are on ground, you retire at 60. So if we take you at 40, at 50, which means you're going to spend lifetime, and most of the police, you don't, as you're young, you don't spend your life inside. You spend your life outdoors. So it's important that you must be healthy, you must be fit, you must be young, you must be jump-bog, you must run around. But as the president says, look at this up to 35, that's what we'll do. But Mr. President, usually we take 3 weeks to come back. We'll still commit to that 3 weeks to come back to this community so that we work on particular and specific issues they've raised. Thanks, Mr. President.
Baie dankie, Minister Cele. Baie dankie. I now want to move on to another issue that was raised quite prominently here. And it was about jobs. Dat baie mense wat hier bly is werkeloos. I'm going to ask Minister Mxolisi to come forward and address some of the challenges and how we are going about with regard to jobs and how we are going about addressing some of them, but also to address some of the problems that workers in the mining industry are also confronting here. As there was a complaint even yesterday when we were in Postmansberg about how workers are being treated in one of the facilities that we visited. Minister Mxolisi.
Thanks to the President, the ministers, the Premier, the MECs, Mayor, and everybody who's here. First of all, with regards to the issue of the mine, which has been mentioned here, we are going to take the details so that we can be able to dispatch our inspectors into that particular mine. But we are going to be working with the inspectorate from the mine and find out exactly what are the issues and why that is happening, and we sit with the employer in trying to deal with those issues. Secondly, it's very important when we deal with this issue of unemployment for us to understand that the job creation is a joint effort between all government departments as well as the private sector. There are various programs which we are having with the private sector as different departments. But as government, there's a program which is known as the Presidential Youth Employment Program, where a number of young people are being taken and employed for a period of 2 years, some extended to 3 years. It's an employment initiative. It also trains some of the young people. It works in the different departments. There is also some programs which we are doing with the private sector. And I want all the young people who want to apply for jobs to go and Google, because most of us are carrying these cell phones, the smartphones. You Google employment services of South Africa. That's where, as an individual, you can be able to deposit your CV. And what we will do, once you have deposited your CV, we take that information and match it with the various employers who are looking for people to employ. So if you go and look for ESSA, ESSA, or Employment Services of South Africa, you'll be able to get that. There are various programs there. There's a big program also we're doing with the private sector, which is called Harambe, where we've employed thousands of young people. They are matched into those particular jobs. So it's very important then that you use those initiatives. But over and above that, the president unveiled a program in 2020, which is known as the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan, where we're talking about different sub-programs. The mass public employment programs are party to that. And all those programs which are there, industrialization, because we don't have industries now. We're trying to come to put the industries, we're trying to localize. Other people were talking about the minerals, as much as we do have those minerals, but they are processed outside our own areas, which we call it beneficiation. So all those programs, we are trying to create massive jobs, being led by Minister Delil on the infrastructure, building our roads, building our bridges. We think that we're going to be having a lot of jobs if we work together in terms of those programs. But also, we have various training schemes. There's a very important training scheme which is known as, or is happening under the Labor Activation Program, under the Unemployment Insurance Fund, which is targeting both the young people and those workers who are above 35. And I'm going to request and invite all the mayors here, together with their MMs, to get in touch with us. We can come back in a visit in some of the areas. You can see that we have massive employment as a result of the retrenchments. We therefore, working together with the Department of Higher Education, we bring the money from LEP, they bring the money from the SETAs, and we retrain and upskill some of the workers and refocus them and give them the new skills so that they are employable in terms of the demand of the labor market. And lastly, Mr. President, I want to talk about the unemployment insurance fund, given the fact that a lot of people are losing jobs. Others are getting injured at work. There has been a complaint about the accessibility of the unemployment or the unemployment insurance fund and even the compensation fund. Unemployment for the workers who want to access the money as a relief during that period they are unemployed. Compensation fund is the workers who get dumped when they are injured. Now, we have started a new program which we call the mobile centers, which are moving from these towns into the small dorpies on certain days. And we make the announcement in the radios so that on that particular day, the people are able to come and they are helped. And maybe again after 2 weeks or after a month, we come back so that those services are accessible to our people. And I want to repeat as I leave this platform, the mayors, the MMs who are here, we are requesting that you call us, we will be ready to come back and sit down and have possible schemes which we can run together. And then we think that they will be able to help a number of young people in creating the jobs. But there's a lot which is happening in the big programs which are led by the president. Thank you.
Baie dankie minister Mxolisi. 'n Paar van die mense wat hier gepraat het die topic van grond oorgepraat. Particularly in saying onze mense het nie grond nie. En onze mense wil grond kry. But one of them then said, a lot of the land also here in the Northern Cape is owned by the Department of Public Works. I'm now going to ask Minister Patricia de Lille om voor te kom, om ons verduidelik wat gebeur hier.
President praat mooi Afrikaans, né? Premier het hom mooi geleer. President, dankie vir die geleentheid inmiddag aan al die goeie mense, die mooi mense van hierdie distrik. Dit is so dat baie mense het gepraat oor die grond. Meneer die president, ek dink ek moet terugkom. Want die grond behoort aan nasionaal, en sekere grond behoort aan die provinsie, en sekere grond behoort aan die municipaliteite. Dit is waar dat daar is baie groot stukke oop grond hier in die Noord-Kaap. En dat elke een van die vlakke van regering moet kom sê vir die mense wat het hulle op hulle landregister wat daar geregistreer is. Sodat ons mense kan aansoek doen. Ek weet byvoorbeeld hier langs die Oranje rivier is daar nog 'n paar plotte wat behoort aan publieke werke. En ons kan bespreek met die minister van Landbou hoe ons daardie plotte beskikbaar maak. So ons moet definitief terugkom en 'n grondsummit kom hou, laat ons vir die mense kan sê wat behoort aan die regering en hoe mense kan toegang kry tot daardie grond. So ons sal definitely terugkom, ek sal praat met die premier en ons kan daardie summit reël so gou as moontlik. Die president het ook gepraat van die ouderdom van 35.
Dit is so dat die EPWP ouderdom beperking is 35. Maar alreeds 'n maand gelede in die kabinetsligotla as ek gevra om daardie ouderdom te hersien en om dit weg te haal sodat baie meer mense kan werk vind by EPWP. So ek moet dan 'n verslag vat aan die kabinet, maar ons is besig om die beleid te hersien om seker te maak dat ons nie baie mense uitskakel nie. Die laaste punt, president, is dat gister was ons in Mgcawu. Ons het begin die beplanning en die tender gaan uit die einde van November om 'n nuwe hof te bou daar. Net langs aan die polisiestasie. Maar die mense van Mgcawu en daardie distrik, julle moet betrokke wees by daardie projek. Ek het gister gevra dat daar moet 'n projeksteringkomitee gestig word, sodat publieke werke, public works kan gereeld skakel en vir die mense sê, wat is die voordele in daardie tender vir hulle? Hoeveel werke gaan gegee word aan plaaslike gemeenskappe en plaaslike besighede? So ons het al ons eerste social facilitation gehad, maar ons wag nou vir die mense van Mgcawu om daardie komitee te stig so gou as moontlik. Maar onthou as jy gekies word op die komitee om jou organisasie te verteenwoordig. Julle moet ook terugvoering gaan gee aan enige organisasie wat julle aan behoort. Want julle kom nie daar om julle jackets te kom verteenwoordig en julle kom daar om die mense te verteenwoordig. So ons moet seker maak dat die mense in Mgcawu municipaliteit altyd die waarheid weet en wat is die voordele vir al die mense daar. Maar daar is te veel grondeise wat ook nog uitstaande is. En as ons daar die summit het, dan kan ons ook praat oor die uitstaande grondeise wat daar nog is. Want baie van ons mense gaan dood terwyl hulle wag vir die grond om terug te kom. Baie dankie. Dankie, president.
Baie dankie, minister De Lille. Ek is baie bly om te hoor dat jy sal 'n grond summit reël sodat dier wat ons vandag gehoor het, die grond of die land vir die Griekwas, die San en die Koi, sodat ons mense die San en die Koi moet nie soos uitlanders voel nie. Want ek het gehoor dat hulle voel dat hulle is uitlanders. Niemand hier in Suid-Afrika wat 'n Suid-Afrikaner is, moet voel dat hulle is uitlanders. We are all South Africans. And I'm very pleased, Minister, to hear that there must be portions, pieces of land along the Orange River. Last night I slept in a hotel which borders on the Orange River. Dit is 'n baie mooi rivier daardie. En ons moet sorg dat ons mense ook kan iets kry van die land wat naby die rivier is. Like all others who have been benefiting over the years. So ons moet dit doen. Now, one of the things that was also raised had to do with schools, basic education. Ek gaan nou vra vir minister Mgcawu om voor te kom om met skole kan praat. Minister Mgcawu.
very much, President, and good afternoon to all the members here. President, the main question was really around special schools, which was a very emotional one. And if we have to recall, the NDP instructs us to have an inclusive education which leaves no one behind. And I'll be the first to admit, President, that that is one area that we are not where we should be. And that's why the presentation was this emotional, because it is a major problem. In 2018, I even declared 2018 a year of special education because there are major challenges. And early this year, I convened a national conference to assess our progress in the past 3 years since 2018. And amongst other things we picked up, President, was that indeed we have made lots of progress from where we are, but major challenges remain. But what is also very helpful that after 2018, Treasury started allocating money for us to deal with special education. But other things that came from the January Lihota, it's a question of skills around the area of special education, because it's not an area that we had developed very well as a country. So there were the shortages of skills for people to deal with special education. We have very few teachers who can sign language. We have very few teachers who can really deal with all sorts of disabilities and even the serious ones. But the advantage is that we have a budget. But what also came, which is another area of underspending, because whilst we assessed and have the resources, our plans were, in some provinces, were not picking up very well because of those legacies. And that's why the lady who spoke here said she could only find a child a place in Cape Town, because the only provinces that are able to cope is Gauteng and Western Cape, and simply because historically they've always had schools for special education, especially with serious disabilities. So what, based also on, because as you could see, President, it's a very emotional subject for parents because it brings enormous pains to families. I'm going to speak with my colleagues that when we go to cabinet, I think because we have the money, the problem is that we're even underspending because the other provinces are not able to put quickly the programs that needs to be put in place because of skills, resources, and all sorts of things. And I'll speak with my colleague here, the MEC, that I think when we go back to CEM, it's to request to make a proposal to Treasury that they allow us to redesign our financial plan so that children who come from Northern Cape, if they find space in the Western Cape or Gauteng, they can be subsidized by their provinces, because those provinces will be unable to subsidize them if their home provinces are not paying. So I think it's something we have to do, because these other provinces continue to underspend because there's no capacity and the problem is huge. So I thought we'll deal with that, and I think MEC Monakali will support me on that one. But we'll continue to monitor and admit that it's an area of great concern, and it's an area, President, to report myself to yourself, that it's an area we're struggling. We're not performing at the level we should be performing. There was also information about, and I think that's advice, what we should do with boarding schools. And I don't think we can really say, yes, indeed, when schools close, we will not ask kids to go home. It really is a logistic issue. We note it as a matter that we'll discuss. There was also a point about aftercare, and I was whispering to Minister Zulu that ourselves actually need those aftercare programs, so that when kids leave school, there are receiving centers where they can do all sorts of things, which we have to run together. They can do reading, they can do homeworks, they can do sports, they can do arts, and it will be very helpful to support that initiative that the lady has raised. But it's something that We should run with social development. We should run also with sports. We should run also the Department of Arts, and that we're taking. The other issue around let me leave the personal story, President. I'll come back to it after. Just as a side, you see this young chap who's sitting in front of the president. When I came here, I saw all these young ones under 10. I said, my children, this time of the day, we're here with you. What do you want? They said, Minister, we'll go to school on Monday. Today we're coming to see the president. It will never happen in our lives that we see the president. And this one has been standing here to say, the police won't allow me to come forward. Just quickly take a picture so that I come out with the president. So those people here, President, their shop steward said, please don't chase us. It will never happen in our time that we are with the president at the same place. And I already felt that I should leave them. As I closed, also about job opportunities, without promising people, I think it's and we've been doing road shows as a Department of Basic Education. We've inherited ECD from social development. And it's another huge area of growth, President. More than 5 million children are outside the net. So which means we have to train thousands of young people. So I hear the story about matriculants. But our starting point is people should not come if they don't want to teach or to be with children. And in the sector, we are saying to be on PESAL. It takes 4 years training. You can't be on PESAL in education if you don't have 4 years training. So those matriculants should prepare themselves to be ECD practitioners with 4 years training in all economies that beat us in education. Their ECD practitioners are the most educated and have been trained longer than even high school teachers. So there's going to be a huge opportunity, and we'll be recruiting those young matriculants. But please, if you don't like children, don't waste time. It's going to frustrate you. But there's another area of huge potential for job creation. So, President, those are the ones that I picked up really around special education and aftercare programs for reading. So those are the ones. I hope I've not missed anything.
Now I want your shop stewards to come to the stage. Come. Nou, hierdie is die laaste dag wat jy nie skool toe gaan nie. Jy het nou die president gesien, maar op maandag, waar gaan jy? Skool toe. Baie goed, baie goed. Thank you very much. One of the very good programs we are proud of is the presidential employment stimulus program. That in the past 2 years, particularly during COVID, led to the employment of some 800,000 people who worked, 600,000 who worked in our schools. And if Minister Motshekga had time, she would have spoken about it, how well it was executed. And the Northern Cape also benefited from this program because a paar eintlik al julle skole het hierdie jong mense gekry who were assistants and who were able to do all sorts of work, including IT work and so forth. One of the great endowments that julle had here in Noord-Kaap is minerale. You have minerals, and you've got minerals from iron ore to manganese to copper and many others. Now, one of the things that we've been hearing is a complaint against, yes, the ownership of minerals. I'm going to ask Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, who is the Deputy Minister of Minerals and Energy, just to come and explain this program of ownership that we have in the mines in our country. As you come up, Deputy Minister, as you come up, one of the places I visited yesterday was Redstone, which is in Postmansberg. Now, the community is going to be a beneficial owner of a sizable ownership of the facility where we are already generating renewable energy. And indeed, in a number of other facilities, our communities and black entrepreneurs have become owners. And this is being done in the light of our policy of black economic empowerment, broad-based black economic empowerment, to allow our communities to benefit from this. Now, this was raised, and the Deputy Minister who works with Minister Mantashe will just touch on this and how we are enforcing these laws. Deputy Minister.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm going to greet the community of Upington. I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing the area correctly. It's Upington, yes. Yeah. Maybe in terms of ensuring that we ensure that our people benefit in terms of the mining activities that take place in their areas. It comes a very long way. As you know that it started around 1955 during the Freedom Charter, where there is a clause that says, all minerals beneath the soil shall belong to the people as a whole. Then, as part of our transformation agenda as the African National Congress and the government in South Africa, we took a stance of ensuring that we enact laws that are going to be responsive to the needs of our communities, in particular where there are mining activities that are taking place. So what we have done, we drafted a law which is called MPRDA, which is responsive to the needs of our communities. There is also another one, which is the Mining Charter. Although we believe that there are some issues, some are taking it to the courts because they are challenging the interpretation and analysis of the charter, because they want to understand whether is it a regulation or a law. So we are still busy processing those processes in terms of the interpretation of the mining charter. But basically, social and labor plan projects are trying to respond to the needs of our communities in ensuring that they do benefit. Where there are mining activities taking place, the mining company has a responsibility to make sure that our communities, they benefit, either through projects that are implemented in the community or either through bursaries. There are also royalties that our traditional authorities benefit out of it. We also have inspectors within the department and the regional offices in each and every province, where they go around ensuring that there is compliance with the mining charter, because it is the obligation of the mining permit that our people must benefit
through the social and labor plan projects. But there are also other programs that we are embarking on. For instance, in the Northwest, we have started a program of the Women Diggers program, where women are then roped into the mining activities, the entire value chain. Here in Kuruman, we have started another project where we are busy training about 40 women to make sure that they also form part of the entire value chain of the mining activities. We are working closely with our entities, the Council for Geoscience, as well as MinTech, in ensuring that they get trainings in terms of entrepreneurship as well as small-scale mining. If you have further questions that you need to understand, we do have our area manager here, Mr. Ndlelentle Zindela, who is responsible for this area. He is a very competent man who is going to assist you and take you through the processes on how do you go about for you to be able to access a mining permit. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Wonderful. Well done. Well done. Thank you. We are now going to move a little faster. I'm going to want Minister Kubai to come and address the issue of houses. Now, in talking to the Premier, the Northern Cape has a shortfall of 80,000 units of houses. Now, that has to be addressed. And that is what the Premier is most concerned about, because he sees a proliferation of informal settlements in a number of places. And wherever one goes, we hear the same concern about houses and people having a shortage of houses. So I'd like the Premier, the Minister, to address this, but also to address the other issue that came up. There was one of my sisters who came up and spoke about women in construction, so that we also touch on the issue, the challenges, the probleme vateleno in the construction industry. Minister, please, let's touch on that, and thereafter we'll touch on 2 or 3 other issues, and then we'll ask the Premier to round off, and then I'll close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me first acknowledge the challenge in Northern Cape, specifically in the allocation. It's more around the challenge of equitable share. On human settlements, Northern Cape gets the least in terms of the funds. We've been working together with National Treasury to try and see how best can we respond to the baseline allocation. So we're still in the process. We're not yet done, but conversations are continuing. One of the things that we took as a decision was that Northern Cape will be utilized as a pilot for the front loading that the Minister of Finance had already talked about. I've asked the team, Mr. President, to talk to SAWIC, because we, as the Department of Human Settlements, we've launched all SAWIC chapters across provinces, including here in the Northern Cape. So I want to understand, I've asked the MEC, none of us are not sure why our colleague was saying they are not recognized. Perhaps it's in terms of allocation, because in other provinces you might find that they are allocated specific recognition in terms of projects, but we'll take it up, because in terms of their launching, it has been done. In terms of their structure in the province, it has been done. Mr. President, the other issue that was raised was around illegal occupation of land. We have checked our records. In terms of ZW district, we don't have illegal occupations that are on record, but we've asked for records to check. We know the district that we have a bit of a challenge is around Kimberley, so we are dealing with that. But in this district, when we checked our records, we don't have that much. On service sites, quite a number of communities raised challenges around allocation of houses and service sites. Mr. President, we have several projects that we are working on, and maybe just to indicate to the communities. We have a KMOS project in Kamako project. It's now at 1,541 residential sites. It's in progress, under constructions currently. In 8COMS, 748 projects. We have 748 residential sites that are currently under construction, almost done. This will be sites that are given to communities. In Groblershoop, it's 1,539 residential stands that are given. This is a project in that area. In Smarties, 328 residential stands that are located there. In Dakota, we've got 409 residential stands where houses will be built. In Jahans Stadium, 128 residential areas that are allocated with projects for houses. In Pabalelo, Makweta Valley, we've got 503 residential sites in that area. Another Pabalelo project is Pabalelo North East with 990 project sites, a residential area. The other one is in Rosedale 400 project, which has 400 residential stands. Rosedale 438 is another site with 438 residential stands. Rosedale 452 projects. These are other area. In Pabalelo as well, we have another one, which is almost around 881 sites. This will be built. Some of them will be, first we are giving residential sites with service sites. This will be with bulk infrastructure, water, which is water, sanitation, and electricity. And then as we go along, as we're looking for more budget allocation, then we'll be able to provide for houses. The other issue that was raised is around military veterans. We have 15 military veterans that have been approved currently by the National Department of Military Veterans and Defense. Out of these 15, 10 of them are in this district and 5 of them are in another district. We can only allocate, Mr. President, and communities military veterans houses once they've been verified and approved by the National Department of Defense and Military Veterans. So we work on that. We previously had a challenge in the province. When I was here, we met with the Premier together and the MEC first with the military veterans, and we agreed on a process. In the district, Pixley, for example, we did rectify and started allocating. So the work around military veterans allocation of houses, we currently underway as the department, and we on track. The only slack is that sometimes we find military veterans that are saying we don't houses, only to find they are not yet verified by the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, and we can't allocate those houses. Mr. President, in Plangeni, Larry raised the issue. This area, for example, lacks in terms of bulk infrastructure, and what has been done is that, and the national team was there this week, 90% of the planning has been done in this township. We've completed. We are waiting for the district tribunal to finalize the work so that the process of declaration of a township can be done, and this will allow for services to be put in, especially permanent services. In Kaiharib, the work that has been done, it's around service site. This is one of the areas as well. The province, Coxstar, has assisted the Kaiharib municipality to apply for MIC, while there are shortages that we have from the human settlement side. Once that has been approved, services will be put. I must say, Mr. President, again, I think it's Amanda from Posting, Ward 3. I think it's also around the issue of Satsabani local municipality. We are confirming that we are waiting for finalization of plans so that we can implement. We will pay attention to 2 municipalities specifically, Mr. President, which is K municipality and Kaiharib, because it does need us to come forward with more resources. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Baie dankie, minister. Nou, ons wil hê ons moet praat oor die geleenthede wat hierdie provinsie het. particularly in relation met al die wonderlike dinge of goed wat julle het hier in hierdie provinsie. Julle het die son, julle het die wind, en julle het ook hydrogen, die hydrogen nuwe sektor van onze economie. Ek gaan nou vra vir minister Barbara Creasy om voor te kom, om bietjie kom praat oor hierdie nuwe geleenthede wat ons het. Because, come forward minister as I speak, want this is the new sector that is opening up. Now the Premier will give you the figures, because he's got the figures on his fingertips. I just want Minister Creasy, who is the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, just to talk a little bit about these great opportunities, die wonderlijke geleenthede wat ons het in hierdie provinsie, with regard to the sun, the sonkrag, the wind, windkrag, and hydrogen. And the opportunities which the Premier will talk about in Bochubai that is calling us, which is going to generate a great deal of growth in this province. And the Premier will give us a little bit more detail, but Minister will talk about how we are now embracing this new energy source, which she's helping to manage with Minister of Energy. Minister.
Baie dankie meneer president. Goeiemiddag almal. Voordat ek praat oor die groen hydrogen, kan ek net praat oor die air quality issues, Mr. President. One of the questioners asked the question, what are we doing about the poor air quality in the mining areas? And we did receive this complaint about the poor air quality at Gatelopele local municipality and also Tsansabani local municipality. So 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, we went to Idwala mine in Danielskuil, and we also went to the Kolomela mine in Postmasburg. Both of those mines have agreed to finance an air quality monitoring station. That air quality monitoring station, Mr. President, will give figures to the mine to say whether they are exceeding the air quality standards and whether or not the emissions that are coming from the mine are damaging to human health. So once those stations are built, Mr. President, we will work together with the local municipality to monitor the emissions and to make sure that the air quality that is coming out of those mines is not damaging to the communities that live there. On the hydrogen, our country and the rest of the world are gradually moving away from using coal to generate electricity to using sunshine. Now, South Africa is one of the top 10 sunniest countries in the world. And what that means is that here in the Northern Cape, you have a greater potential to generate electricity than anywhere else in the country. We are working together with Eskom to start to build transmission lines, these big electricity carrying pylons that will move electricity from the Northern Cape to the rest of the country. But we are also in partnership with our Premier to develop something that we call green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is a new kind of fuel that can be used in the future to power ships and to power aeroplanes. And the Premier will tell you about the partnership that exists in Buchubai. But the important thing that we want everybody here to understand is that we are working with the Northern Cape to find something that can change this problem of werkloosheid that everybody spoke about, and can find something that can use the natural, God-given environment to create work and to fight poverty here. Let me pause there, Mr. President, and we can ask Premier Saul to give the details of the Buchubai project. Thank you.
Hierdie projekte gaan baie investments bring in die provinsie. In fact, as we look now, almost 200 billion rand has been invested in our renewable program, and 64% of that has come here in the Northern Cape. And much more is going to come. And already we are seeing quite a lot of job creation. In fact, the Premier, when he comes to touch on a few issues, will tell you, because he's tracking the figures, the Northern Cape has been able to create more jobs than many others, and the level of unemployment in the Northern Cape is continuously coming down in relation to many of our other provinces. So the Northern Cape is a big target for big investments that are going to come. I was in Saudi Arabia with a number of ministers already, and some of the companies that are seeing the opportunities here in the Northern Cape with regard to solar, with regard to renewables and green hydrogen, want to come to no other place other than the Northern Cape. And I hope you are all ready for the investments that are going to keep coming here. Now, very quickly, there were quite a number of social issues that were raised, Minister Zulu, and I'd like you to come and very quickly address and touch on some of those issues as quickly as we can. I want to move forward because we've been here since just after 10, and I'll call on one or two others. The issue of military veterans, which I was going to ask Minister Gungubele to address, was touched on a little earlier by Minister Kubai, so you have got a good relief there. And then I'm going to go to the agriculture part, and I'm going to ask, there's a seat here, so that we don't waste time. Okay, you'll come up later. Minister Didiza, and I'm going to ask on the issue of small and medium enterprises, because we've got to open opportunities for our people. And I saw it yesterday in Postmansberg, because a number of the community people had wanted to see me, because they wanted to raise the issue of how small and medium enterprises can participate in the big projects that are already taking place in our province. And that is precisely what we want to support, so that we support our people as they get into business opportunities that are being opened by these big billion-rand investments. So Minister Stella Ndebeni Abrahams will also come forward. Who's behind me now? Oh, Minister Zulu. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Maybe I should start by indicating that myself and the MEC Vilakazi of Social Development, we did have visits yesterday to some homes. Secondly, we also work very well with each other, and I'm sure that you also will be able to follow on the issues that have been raised here. But I do, Mr. President, without necessarily having to answer all the questions that were raised here, I'd like to indicate it's a pity you did not get a chance to go to any of the communities, because one of the things that I found in Upington, but in Northern Cape in general, the communities are very organized, their townships are very neat, they are very clean, they plant beautiful flowers, they have little gardens where they plant flowers. I was saying to the MEC of Agriculture, we should maybe try and balance between the flowers that are beautiful they're planting and give them seeds to make sure that they can also have gardens, so that within the flowers they can produce the carrots and cabbages and all. The issue of drugs, Mr. President, every year since I've been a Minister of Social Development, in November we are always here because we combine issues of gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the issue of drugs, but also human trafficking, because this province is one of those provinces that is suffering from human trafficking. So we do come back, we will come back again and do the programs that we normally have, and people attend to those programs. With regard to the, I raised another issue with Minister Mutsecha, that as a Department of Social Development, we have the community, the CNDCs we call them. Children come out of school and they go to those centers. And in those centers, they are fed before they go home. In some of the centers, actually, they go to the center in the morning before they go to school. I'm now saying to Minister Mutsecha and myself, we must look at other services that we can do, like them being able to do their homeworks in the schools and be monitored. But obviously the challenge is getting the teachers there and getting the social workers there. Overall, there is also the issue of NGOs who are supposed to receive funding from the Department of Social Development. Here is fact, Mr. President. Many of them do not comply. And there's one thing that we will not be able to do, is to give financial resources to people who are not complying, because we are expected to comply. It's taxpayers' money. And we go to the communities to explain. We also help them, Mr. President, as a department. The department takes responsibility of teaching them the accounting, the accountability, and how they have to do that. Lastly, the issue of drugs and abuse of drugs. Yes, Mr. President, yesterday we visited places. It's the worst thing that you can ever see. Children are out on the streets after school. You can see that they're very organized kids, but they are all over the streets. Myself and Minister Mgcawu, I think we have to work in a united form together, the MEC of and the police too. We work together to just make sure that the issue of drugs is dealt with. But the issue of drugs will not be dealt with if we don't catch the big fish who are the ones who are distributing the drugs to the people. They are known. Unfortunately for us, Mr. President, some of the communities also keep quiet because they are afraid. Lastly, Mr. President, we have a problem of teenage pregnancy. It is a shame, and some parents even keep quiet about it. We have children at the age of 11, 12, 13 having children. What kind of a man makes an 11-year-old, a 10-year-old pregnant? And if communities think it's only government that can deal with this, it's a big mistake. This is a societal problem. All the communities must talk about it. The nurses in the clinics, they see these children coming, they check on them for antenatal, but they don't report to anybody. I believe this is one thing that community need to deal with. All these things cannot be dealt with by government alone. Everybody has to stand up and support. Thank you.
Baie dankie. Minister Didiza, come forward, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Premier and Mayor, as well as my colleagues who are here, ministers and deputy ministers. President, we are going to do it in a style so that my MEC speak in Afrikaans because the community needs to hear. Yesterday, Mr. President, myself, the MEC and deputy minister, we did have a meeting with traditional leaders, with farmers, as well as with members of the community property associations, commonly known as CPAs.
Goedemiddag, dankie president. Gister ons het die geleentheid gehad saam met ons traditional layers en ook saam met die CPA se layers ook en ook saam met die union farmers union association.
President, one of the issues that was raised relates indeed to the issue of support to small and medium farmers, and more particularly to subsistence farmers, which we are fortunate that through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, you have also rekindled. And therefore, we want to say to the women who raised the issue of 1 household, 1 hectare, we will resuscitate that program, working with the provincial MECs, so that we address the issue of household food security.
Gister ons ook saam met Okay. Gister ook saam met oor gepraat oor die 1 hectare 1 woman. So die ook saam met die program. Ja, 1 vrou mens en 1 hectare. President. En ook oor die pensie, die program en die presidentse program oor wat onze mense gee en die sat en met ook saam met onze mense kan ook saam oor seker maak hulle gebruik die landbou. Dankie.
The other issue that was raised, Mr. President, was raised by one of the traditional leaders around the issue of community property associations and the relationship with the traditional authorities. I would like to address this issue, Mr. President, because in yesterday's meeting, it was very clear that part of the challenges relate to how traditional leaders, after land has been transferred to the respective communities, which also involves CPAs, at times they do not continue participating in that processes, and a rift then occurs. We have encouraged them that there's a need for continuation in engagement, because part of the problem is that some of our traditional leaders, when such land is transferred to the communities of which they are part, they regard it as an extension of the communal land, and that's where the tension emerges.
Ons het ook gepraat oor die samenwerking van die CPA en ook die traditionele layers. Om hulle te sê, as het die grond na onze mense gee, die traditional layers, hulle dink is automatieke om seker te maak die grond by hulle is. Maar die grond behoort na die mense toe. So hulle moet maak seker dat hulle werk saam om seker te maak hulle develop the land.
We are
ontwikkel die grond.
The other issue, Mr. President, that was raised. The other issue that was raised relates to seasonal work of farm workers. The matter that was raised by some members of the community was a challenge of seasonal work for farm workers.
Die ander ding wat gehoor gepraat is die uitdaging van die seasonal werker van ons by die plaaswerk.
This is a matter which I think, Mr. President, we will have to work with the Department of Labor so that we can reskill and repurpose some of those members so that when the season of a particular commodity is not in season, they can be able to do some of the work in the agricultural sector.
Dit beteken dat die departement van landbou en ook departement van labor moet samewerken wees om seker te maak die werker hulle sit by die huisie dan klaar hulle die werking. So dit moet 'n samewerking tussen die twee departemente wees.
The other matter, Mr. President, related to the support to those who have been given land by government. Two things were raised.
Dan moet ek ook die twee goedes seker gemaak word. Dan moet ook as ondersteun na die mense wat die klaar die grond teruggekry.
The issue is about supporting those people who have been given land, and we have agreed with the MECs that we'll have to work together and other government departments such as the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises on how we can support those people who have received their land.
Om ons ook saam met die ander departement saam met werk om seker maak daar is ondersteun om by die mense wat die land teruggekry het ook saam met die departement van SMMEs om hulle seker maak hulle gee hulle die fondse om die land te ontwikkel.
Mr. President, we've got a challenge with people who have received restituted land in the Northern Cape. Some of them have received land that has got mineral resources, and they have received permits, and unfortunately my colleagues have not been able to assist them on how they can utilize those permits so that they can get investment on the land that they had received.
Paar van ons mense het die grond teruggekry het. Paar van hulle se grond het minerale. So moet saam ook saam met die departemente van minerale om seker te maak hulle kry die lisensie om die grond om seker te maak hulle ontwikkel ook dit.
So we have agreed that between us and the Ministry of Minerals and Energy, we will have to see how best we assist those communities. We will therefore come back to this area so that those specific community property associations who have received such land can be better assisted in order to reap the benefits of the land that they've received.
Minister sê sy gaan seker maak sy gaan weer terugkom en saam met ook die departemente van mineral om seker te maak ons mense gaan ook die help kry van ons die regering af.
The last issue, Mr. President, relates, and my Premier, as well as my MEC for local government, they are aware of this issue, which is one of those issues we need to resolve, the transfer of trunker land to those communities.
Die ander ding is ook die trunker land. Ons mense het ook gekla oor die trunker land. So die departemente van local government saam met die departement van minister gaan seker maak hulle gesels en ook seker maak die mense gaan hulle se trunker land rights kry.
This is the matter that we must work with and quickly resolve it in order to make sure that those communities can receive the land back from our government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Baie dankie.
Mooi Afrikaans. Ek sien jy probeer mooi Afrikaans te praat hier, ja. Ek sien. Ek gaan nou vra vir minister Ndabeni Abrams om hier te kom praat oor small business. Minister.
Baie dankie, meneer president. Goeiemiddag almal. I tried, right? Okay. Well, I'm going to respond to a few things that have been mentioned. President, in March this year, we crisscrossed this province together with Premier Sol and MEC Foslo, wherein we were engaging with all small businesses in different sectors. Now to respond to some of the things that were raised that again found expression today here. We met with a group of small-scale miners who were complaining of lack of support, both from DMRE and ourselves that we're not looking at. We know, Deputy Minister, that although you have given mining licenses or permits, but there's no business development support that is provided towards those small-scale miners. We therefore committed that we're going to help in terms of providing funds as part of business development support on exploration of those that have the mining rights. And if we do that, Mr. President, we believe that would have given our people a leeway into participating in the mining sector as they ought to participate. The second issue that was raised was the issue of lack of processing or opportunities when it comes to the agricultural space. And we did say that when we come back, we're going to be looking at interventions that we must make, because although you are good in beef, you're good in certain aspects of farming, of whether it's grapes, but there's lots of agricultural products that are found in this province, but there is no support towards processing. And we said we are working with Minister Didiza, as she explained here, to say how do we enhance the opportunities that are here for processing by providing both the business development support and money. Everything requires money when you are small businesses. Realizing that we don't have enough pocket to provide the small businesses with the funding they need, we then agreed that we're engaging the big corporates that are investing in this province to make sure that they provide some space, some of the local companies, including providing relevant business support to the opportunities in the mines, thereby unbundling both the value and supply chain in the in the mining industry and in the agricultural sector. The last issue is the issue of the permit fees that many people have been complaining about. I also saw a speaker that came here and complained, and we continue to engage local government to make sure that they relax some of the bylaws and regulations that really exclude small businesses from participating. The high permit fees are really excluding our small businesses, especially those that are in the informal sector. Yesterday in Kaimos, we provided equipment to about 78 small businesses, and this is what we've been doing throughout the province, Mr. President. But we are concerned, Premier, as we have said, MEC, yesterday. In all the monies that we are distributing, Northern Cape has, from 2018 to date, has only managed to get about 88 million rands that we have approved through CIFA. And out of that, we have disbursed about 58 million rands for now, from 2018 to 2022. And this is not good for small businesses in this area. This talks not only to the red tapes, Mr. President, but it also talks to the quality of businesses that we have in the area. That is why we agreed with the MEC, CIFA, and the LED officers and managers in the respective municipalities to say, let's look at our LED strategies, let's understand the investment plans of those that are here, so that when we go and apply, of course, with the support on business development support, because when we say apply for particular funding, you don't put all the information. We are aware that at times we've come up with ridiculous criterion for you to access it. And we have removed all of those, except where we need to be sure that you do exist as the business person. That we can't take away. The second issue is the issue of small businesses that do not want to be tax compliant. The monies that we spend come from taxpayers' money.
And therefore, if we are going to give you money, it's important that you are also compliant. SARS has made things easier to say for small businesses, between whatever turnover, at least you don't have to pay. All we have to do is to register with SARS and be honest to the country in terms of declaring the profits. I know that one is too difficult. People like hiding from the taxman. But it's for your own good that when we introduce certain schemes, you are able to benefit and also have an opportunity to participate in the businesses that we do, because SARS must be paid. As I say that, Mr. President, one of the red tape issues that has been highlighted is the fact that small businesses have to be running around all the time. For them to fill in a tender document in the municipality, they need to go to SARS, they need a bank certificate, they need and, Mr. President. And this is why we said we are developing an integrated digital system so that they can get everything on the top of their hand. You may come, Mr. President, and take your floor.
Thank you very much, Minister. You can hear that there are many small business people here. There are many other issues that we need to touch on. We can't, as I said, cover them all. No Premier Zamani Sol, no Roop, to come and touch on some of the issues, and then we will then close. Premier.
Vroeger het ek gesê goeiemôre. Nou is goeiemiddag. En die president het vir my nou gesê dat die mense van die Noord-Kaap is kragtig. Hulle sit hier van vanoggend af, dis amper as paar minute oor 3 nou. En die mense sit nog hier. En ek sê vir die president dat hulle kan sit tot 12 uur in die aand. Want daar's groot uitdagings en probleme hier in die Noord-Kaap. Maar soos ek geluister het, en ek wil net vir die mense verduidelik wat sal die proses is, daar's klomp goede wat hulle genoem het. Maar die proses is almal wat gepraat het. Die meeste van die mense het nie vir hulle self gepraat, hulle het vir die gemeenskap gepraat. Waar hulle vandaan kom. En nadat hulle gepraat het, hulle het na 'n tafel toe gegaan wat iewers daar is. Die ding gesê, hulle se adres gevat en al daai tipe goede. Op al die goede wat hulle genoem het, daar sal 'n opvolging wees. Op alles. En ons het hier ons ministers en adjunct ministers wat ook antwoorde gegee op paar van die goede wat hulle genoem het. Ek dink dit is nou baie belangrik. En ek is seker ons almal is bly om van vanoggend af hier te sit tot nou saam met die president en leerders van sy kabinet. Maar paar goede wat genoem was, wat ek wil hê graag. Ek moet ook benoem, is die feit dat vir die finansiële jaar, het ons as die provincie 185 miljoen rand ontvang voor de Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. En soos ons praat, daar 7000 jong mense wat deel is van die program. Dit is in die gang. En dat is een Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Kan ons vir die president 'n lekker hande klap gee. Dit is die program van die president, waar daar, soos ons praat, 7000 jong mense nou in werksgeleenthede is. Hier in die Noord-Kaap net, maar dit is 'n nasionale program. Maar hier in die Noord-Kaap, ons het 7000 jong kinders wat deelneem in die program. So daar's paar ander goede wat u hulle genoem het, iets soos misdaad en dwelmsgebruik. Ek dink daar is nou heel wat groot probleme vir jong mense in ons provinsie. En ons het ook antwoorde gekry van ons minister van die polisie. Dat beteken nou ons sal meer polities op die grond sien in die Noord-Kaap. En polities wat nie geld vat nie. Wat die geld vat van kriminele af nie. En dis wat ons nou reg soek. Wat hulle se werk sal doen en seker maak dat ons bekaap misdaad en dwelmsgebruik hier in ons provinsie. Daar's iets wat die dame genoem het vandag rondom die community health workers, gemeenskap, gesondheidswerkers. Sy sit iewers daar. Ja, daar's die dame. In die provinsie ons het 2300 van hulle. En ek het nou saam met die LER gepraat hier. Hy sê toe hy inkom as die LER amper 2 jaar gelede toe het hy die probleem daar gekry. Die probleem is nasionaal, net soos die president gesê het. Daar's net een provinsie wat hulle permanent opgeneem het op hulle stelsel en ons moet kyk wat sal nasionaal vir ons sê rondom dit. Want om hulle almal permanent op te neem, dit kom met koste. En ons moet geld kry om dit te kan doen. Maar die vraag van grond was geantwoord en ek dink soos Angie die ding rondom spesiale skole. Dit begin nou 'n groot probleem raak vir die Noord-Kaap. Elke jaar, begin van die jaar, daar's ouers wat vra rondom dit. En ons is baie bly dat u gesê het, tesame met die LER hier in die provinsie, julle sal aan iets werk. Want dit is nou reg 'n probleem en vernaam vir ouers wat gestremde kinders het. Dit is 'n hartseer storie en ons moet iets doen rondom dit. En is rondom die klein besighede hier in die Noord-Kaap, ondersteuning vir klein besighede, dis baie belangrik. En die meeste van die klein besighede is ons mense wat die geld het, wat so 'n bietjie benodig om vir 'n stootjie, dat hulle kan begin iets doen vir hulle self. So ons moet hard werk om seker te maak dat ons sal daai probleem oplos en vir hulle die nodige ondersteuning gee. Al die dorpe in die provinsie wat myne het, daar's groot probleme daar. En ons het die insig gehoor van die adjunct minister van myne. Daar's altyd probleme daar. Ek dink ons moet tyd maak om te probeer om die probleme op te los. Van in meeste gevalle al die dorpe wat myne het, sonplasse het en al die ander groot besighede. Die armoede is hoog in die dorpe. Baie min gebeur om ons mense en gemeenskappe te ontwikkel. So dis probleme wat ons moet vaskyk en met 'n oplossing kom, laat ons mense se lewensstandaarde kan verbeter. Maar president, daar was klomp goede wat genoem was en ek is seker dat die mense van ZFM weet dat ons sal hard probeer om al die probleme op te los. Maar ek wil sê dat daar was orde en dissipline vandag. Daar was orde en dissipline vandag. En ons is baie dankbaar vir dit. Ons is dankbaar vir dit. Met die uitdagings wat daar is. Toe ek saam met die president gister gepraat het, ek het saam met die president Karoo Afrikaans gepraat. Ek sê president, jy is in die Kalahari, maar ek sal saam met jou Karoo Afrikaans praat. Ek sê die mense is baie kwaad. In die Karoo as jy baie kwaad is, dan sê jy ek is vies. As dit is so nie. Ek is vies. As jy baie kwaad is, dan sê jy is vies. So ek sê vir die president, die mense is baie kwaad. Toe sê die president, wat kan ek dan verwag as die mense so kwaad is? Ek sê, president, as die mense baie kwaad is, hulle kan baie bedeer raak. Julle verstaan mos in die Karoons noem dit bedeer. Ek weet hier in die Kalahari, julle sê bedonderd. Ja, ek sê vir die president, die mense is bietjie bedeer, die mense hier, bietjie bedeer. Ek praat nou Karoo Afrikaans. Ek praat nou Karoo Afrikaans, nie die ene van die Kalahari nie. So die mense is baie bedonderd. Toe dink ek, jong, dit sal 'n lelike warme vergadering daar wees. En ek sê vir die president, daar's 'n ander vergadering wat ek hier bygewoon het. Toe staan 'n ander tannie hier by op die deur. Hy sê vir my, weet jy wat, premier? As ek so bedonderd is, dan voel ek om 'n man te moer sommer. So daarom vandag ons het dit nie gekry nie. En kan julle vir julleself 'n lekker hande klap gee vir dit? Ek dink ons het 'n goeie tyd hier gehad. Ons het 'n goeie tyd hier gehad en ons is almal hier omdat ons u hele respekteer. Dis die rede hoekom ons almal hier is. En ons is almal hier want ons weet ons taak is om u hele te bedien. Is dit nie so nie? Soos ons hier sit, dit is nie verniet nie. Dit is nie verniet nie. Ons moet terugkom en vir u antwoorde gee. En nie net antwoorde gee nie, Ons moet verandering in u hele se lewens bring. Dis wat ons moet doen. So met daai paar woorde, baie dankie dat u hele so ordentlike groep was vir die vergadering en ons is baie trots op u hele. Baie dankie.
Ja, hierdie man is baie lang. Baie dankie, premier. Julle mense hier in die Noord-Kaap, julle is baie gelukkig. Julle het 'n premier wat baie hard werk, wat baie slim is, wat baie geleerde is. Hy doen sy werk baie mooi. Ek is baie bly om premier soos ek is baie bly, ons het 'n baie goed Imbizo gehad. Daarom het ek gesê dat dit is die beste Imbizo wat ons nog gehou het. Baie dankie. En ek wil ook sê dat ons het baie probleme in die land. Maar die Noord-Kaap het groot potensiaal. Ons sien die groot potensiaal. En ek wil net sê dat almal van ons moet saamwerk om hierdie potensiaal to make it happen. It is a potential that is out there, and I can count a number of the sectors of your economy. You have 300 kilometers of sea line. and the tourism, die toeriste, die baie besoekers wat nou hier kom, to come and look at your woestijn, the desert. Hulle kom kyk aan die blomme. They come to look at the Orange River and the great opportunities and the animals that you have here. The potential is great. Now we're talking about, as Minister Chrissy said, hydrogen. We're looking at the minerale wat julle het hier. Iron ore, titanium, manganese, copper, many others. And that lends itself to great opportunities. And this is one province rather, where I'm absolutely certain we are going to see continued investments flowing in, where we are going to see our government also beginning to focus on new ways of doing things. For instance, we need to build more schools here. And we've been talking to the Department of Treasury that one of the things that we should start doing is to be forward-looking and be able to plan forward and be able to finance the schools that should be built now and project the funding into the future. Similarly, we should do that with housing as well. So these are wonderful experiments that we want to put in place here in the Northern Cape, and we will do it. I want to end by extending my gratitude to all of you. Ek wil net sê baie dankie sê that you've participated in this Imbizo in the disciplined, dedicated, and patient manner in which you've all participated. None of you has moved out. None of you has performed in a way that could disrupt the Imbizo. En ons weet, ons het baie probleme ook hier. But ek wil net dankie sê that you were able to present your problems, your challenges in a very dignified manner. Baie dankie vir daardie. En ek wil graag baie dankie sê for all the staatsamptenare, those who have helped to prepare for this Imbizo. I want to say thank you, because as our officials, soos ons amptenare, julle het baie hard gewerk, en ons sê baie dankie vir al die werk wat julle gedoen het. En ek wil ook baie dankie sê for all onze politie. The police who've been here, they've been there at the distance, but they've made sure that our Imbizo also works well. En ek wil ook baie dankie sê vir onze voorsitters, wat baie mooi gewerk om hierdie Imbizo mooi te hanteer. And baie dankie to all the ministers, the deputy ministers, the mayors who've been here, MECs, and al man van julle. Julle is baie belangrijk, and baie dankie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, the Premier, ministers for their responses. We want to officially close the event. We want to officially declare the meeting presidential Imbizo closed, and we will want to give an opportunity for the president to leave the stage. The lady that was trying to, hey, wait with the music. The lady that was trying for an ID for 9 years. Can she come to the stage, please? The lady that was saying she has been struggling to get an ID for 9 years. If she's still around, can she come to the stage, please?